Now, no countdown. Reveal your sins. But no.
I killed 3 people in 1999.
Yo, it's Grobsman. You killed yourself in your cell.
Whoa.
But no. That is we are starting the third session of Long Nights. And I will be beginning with a little bit of an off the cuff recap of the last session. In session 2 of Long Nights, our group of investigators, we began with Gore, currently spending the night fully awake, semi-traumatized by the strange figure and individual that he had seen in the night before. Armed with some liquor and his trusty firearm, he stood watch at the windows and doors to his humble suite, only to be awakened and drawn out of his stupor-like gaze by a knock at his door, which, going against their original recommendations, was the other investigators, Giovanni and Wright, who had woken up rather early as well, and had moved on to simply asking around and had discovered the suite of Gore, where Gore had lived at. Retrieving Gore and having a bit of a one-to-one discussion as to what they should do next, the party decided to go and interview the connection that Gore had to a local bull or police officer in the area of Frederickstein. This being a rather plump but otherwise easily manipulated cop who gave you what little information he had at the behest of Gore, in the presumed case of your threats or persuasive nature to funds or otherwise in the currently standing agreements. Beyond that, however, the party moved on to looking for the individual that he had mentioned by the name of Lulu, a local prostitute that had survived a run-in with the notorious Grobsman of the papers you had read in before, a notorious murderer within the city of Berlin, who had confirmed and killed a multitude of at least 3 women. Yet, thankfully, had hung himself in his cell a few days prior to the investigation start. The party, allowing Gore to to spearhead the persuasion into who they had suspected to be Lulu within the square. Gore, apt for the role, moved on to speak to this individual who was not the Lulu in which you were looking for. However, a rather similar lookalike by the name of Beck. She had known Lulu for some time, yet was concerned for her safety after taking a job from 2 men the night prior, insisting after the paid hire of her services to Gore, long before the discovery of her actual identity, insisted and asked of Gore to check in on Lulu's safety at the Brayrock Hotel, or Brayrock Hotel, which was nearby to the notorious area in which Grobsman had notably taken up residence within a large apartment complex. Yet nonetheless, for some time after, Gore found himself preoccupied with the services of Beck, leaving Giovanni and Wright to continue the investigation in his stead. However, they had sadly not had a moment to exchange what information Gore had retrieved, investigate on their own, discovering moving on to the one lead that they did had, which was the apartment complex in which Grobsman had originally resided within. After searching around the suites, they eventually found it on the top floor, in an otherwise entirely cleaned out apartment, missing everything but the built-in cupboard and pantries, and a small wood-fed furnace. Beyond that, their investigations, Wright had discovered that there was traces of dried blood within the chamber. Yet beyond that, beyond your own suspicions of what had occurred at the hands of Grobsman within his own room. It is highly. It proved difficult to find anything of substantial evidence within the chamber, as a majority of it had been removed by other individuals or perhaps the police in their own investigation, leaving it barren and empty, to the point that it had been notably sold off rather cheaply to Mr. Wright for a month. After this, however, we jumped back to Gore, who had finished his dealings with Becky and moved on to investigate the Brayrock Hotel, as he could not find his other two compatriots. Within the Brayrock Hotel, he discovered the room in which the Lulu and these two gentlemen had moved up to, submitting a rather large sum of money to rent quite a sum of hours within the Hour Hotel. Gore, moving up to the chamber, discovered that the bottom of the door was damp with blood, a rather startling sign in which he was quick to investigate, arming himself with his trusty shotgun. Prying open the door, he found way into a truly horrific scene, a macabre art piece of gore, littered by the carcasses of 3 individuals. 2 men, one of which Gore recognized from the night prior, even with the missing portions of his upper skull, and the desecrated carcass of Lulu, her innards set into a spiral in the center of the room. Not sticking around long to further incriminate himself, Gore rushed out of the building and was quick to try to contact the local police. It wasn't long until his other 2 compatriots from the second or the top floor of the apartment of Grobsman discovered that and saw Gore rushing to the phone box. Making your report, it became clear, especially with the long wait time for any arrival of local police, especially coming out here to Friedrichstein, that this is not the only murder occurring today. And it is on the outside front doors of the Brayrock Hotel that we will be resuming. The minutes had passed quickly in your wait. Giovanni and Wright, you await in a nearby thin, dead-end alleyway. As much as the main street of this portion of Friedrichstein, at the arrival of the 2 cop cars as they pulled into the area, quickly seemed to thin out in population, as though they were some sort of pest repellent to a majority of the population here. Everyone seemed to almost evacuate the area or move into buildings or otherwise. Simply listening and waiting around as a few police milled into the building, interviewing, a few of which also in the process of interviewing Gore, a pair or 2, one of which not dressed in the current garb of the officers, but more a thick black overcoat and a small notepad, as he seems to be writing down everything that Gore is saying to the officer who is asking the questions. Another 2 officers had milled their way in after interviewing the hotel owner, making their way in, and it isn't long until another makes his way back out. Gore currently distracted by the officer, but everyone seems to take notice as this officer quickly, his face stretched into in disgust as he seems to place a hand on a wall as the contents of his earlier breakfast seem to upheave and land onto the paved stone in front of him. As the last belches come out of him, you can see the officer, another officer who was waiting by one of the cop cabs, kind of makes his way over, patting him on the back and moving him over to a nearby cab. And as the 2 are kind of speaking to one another, can I have both Giovanni, if you care to listen in, but I already know, right? You care to listen in or make an attempt to. Can I have both of you make a standard, is it listen skill? I believe it's listen.
Yeah, there's listen.
As the street is currently quiet, beyond the discussions between Gore and the hotel keeper to any officers.
That's
I
a
fail.
failure.
Yeah.
Okay. Would any of you like to push the roll? Like, perhaps
Yes.
trying to get a little close to make it obvious that you're listening in and risking perhaps, shutting up the two officers as they just notice pedestrians are listening. You
I'll,
like to
I'll,
push?
I'll definitely, yeah, I'll push that. I'll, saunter on. Oh, I'm not anybody trying to listen in. I'm just a dude.
Okay, you kind of mill your way up, getting dangerously close to the two officers as they are kind of speaking to one another, their conversation continuing as you seem to pull out a piece of scrap paper, kind of crumpling it up and taking your time to kind of process it and throw it into a nearby trash can as you're trying to listen intently. Can I have you
Gotta
make
really
another?
crush this. Make
Can I
sure
have
it
you
doesn't
make?
take much volume.
Can I have you make another listen check for me?
You got this.
Oh, that's a success. In fact, that's a hard success. The second tier.
Okay. Even in the otherwise obvious nature of your approach, you seem to handle it rather adeptly. Making your way up to the trash can, placing it in, you listen intently into the conversation of the two officers. One of which is currently kind of taking the top of a water bottle and kind of. I don't get paid enough for this. Hey, we really don't. But it's something we got to do. Thankfully, it's keeping it to the lower class here. I imagine these folk aren't going to get too panicked over it, but it doesn't seem as though Ben over there is getting much information as of that one, beyond being a likely subject. To an extent, I think we're doing better than the ones near the Andreas Gymnasium. I hear the only witnesses over there. It's an even more worse scene up there. Well, competition for it, but they can't really seem to get any information out of the kids there. Sadly for us, they're the only ones that seem to have actually seen the incident, but poor little chaps can't seem to pip a squeak about it. The other one seems to pipe up, his mouth seemingly washing away a little bit of the bad aftertaste of the vomit. Is you can't really blame him. This isn't something kids need to be seeing nowadays, but that's Berlin for you nowadays. The two officers seem to fall into silence for a few moments, and that seems to be the general contents of what they speak about, as you kind of can't dilly about too much longer as you drop the paper in the trash can, two of them kind of glancing over, but not really paying too much attention to you, as it seemed to them you were just throwing something away. You make your way back over to Giovanni, and as you see, you can see another car of different make, but the same, or different coloration, if you will, but the same model as the officers' cars that had driven up here, kind of come into a slow stop behind one of the officers' cars. You notice that there is a police siren or horn stamped on top of the vehicle, even in its black coloration. As a familiar individual to you, Wright seems to step out of the vehicle, recognizing him as being the same tobacco-smelling. If you need any further description, I don't believe you actually traded names, but it was the man
guy I bumped into, right?
Correct. Yeah. Then you can see he seems to be stepping out of the door, glancing over as though he seems familiar with the majority of the scenes here. Glancing over to the panicked demeanor of the hotel's owner, before seemingly taking up a much greater interest into the Gore, who is currently still in the process of talking, but you can almost tell that he seems to be staring intently at Gore's features as though he is almost taking a read of him. And we'll jump into you, Gore, as the officer in front of you. And to your knowledge, exactly, run me through it one more time. Exactly how you ended up here, and how exactly you handled the scene upon your discovery. Just to double check on the report. And you can see the, very pointedly, the individual behind him flips the paper, as he seemed to take a second draft. Well, forget it. We don't need a second draft. We'd be happy to ask you more into it later, but for now, we're going to have to place you under temporary arrest. It's not as though we entirely suspect you. So feel not panicked, but for the time being, for the safety of everyone involved, you'll be spending a bit of time at the police station moving forward. And as this officer seems to be, almost in a way, reading you your rights, you can hear a door shut, and as walking around the car, the individual who seems to be kind of like working with the notepad of paper kind of places the paper over and threads the pen through. You can see an individual who you don't recognize approach the two officers, reaching over and grabbing the notepad out of the hand of the what you imagine to be an evidence manager of some sort, yet otherwise looking at the report and skimming it. This individual seemingly garbed in a the most stereotypical like investigator, like grizzled investigator attire you can imagine. You know, the like tan overcoat, the the tie that's kind of loosely tied around his neck and the button up beneath it, and you can see the leather vest or harness with some form of a revolver kind of bound in the holster beneath it, kind of hiding beneath his coat. His hair kind of like slickly placed out of the way. As a single cigarette burns in his mouth, and that won't be necessary for you two lads. I'm pretty familiar with this sort of thing. I don't imagine you're a suspect for the evening. Detective Krieg, at your service. As he seems to reach out a firm hand to you. So I don't imagine this is a case under your investigation. It's similar enough to fall in my jurisdiction. You lads can push yourself to just setting up a perimeter for now. Try to keep any further disturbances making the way into the scene to a minimum. And as he seems to kind of glance over to the kind of still panicked and frustrated hotel owner and try to get that one some coffee or something to calm him down for the time. Right away, sir. As the two kind of like nod and kind of make their way. Just leaving you with Detective Krieg, and as he seems to pocket the notepad. I apologize for the rather rash maneuver. I'm just hauling you off to the station. A lot of these guys are handling a great many cases like this. It's nothing new to Berlin. But cases like this, such viscosity, are rare. Speak your mind.
I was gonna say it's understandable. You know, tension's a little high. I could freely admit was not expecting to walk in and something like that. I can understand them walking in, seeing that sort of thing, and being a little all over the place.
No one can be prepared to see such things like that. He kind of reaches into his pocket and kind of opens a pack of cigarettes and you smoke.
Take out my pipe. Not much for a cig myself.
It's an acquired taste. I understand. But I won't bombard you by any more questions. But it isn't to say that I don't have an interest of speaking to everyone that witnessed firsthand and any information they can trade you. I imagine I can be my own help to easing the mind of any questions. So if anything more comes to your mind, or you have any questions for me, I would very much enjoy to share such information. You're welcome to visit me at my office within the police head office. As he seems to hand you a small business card, which has not a very artistic depiction. It's a small gray card with the cross insignia of the police of Berlin. It has an address, a landline, and the name and room number of the office of who you now see his full name to be Arthur von Kleist. Oh, I messed up his name. His name's not Krieg. It's Kleist. My bad. But yeah, his... Oh, wait.
Spell that Kleist?
No, I fucked it up again. It is Krieg. I apologize. There's a lot of K's, but
Arthur von Krieg. Alright.
It's Police Inspector Krieg. It doesn't seem to give any details of what his full name is, but it seems he is a police inspector or otherwise some form of detective. He seems to hand you the business card, and with a nod, he, though kind of rugged and seeming as though a bit tired, as though he had just woken up and just gone into action to investigating something. He seems to make his way into the building of the hotel, heading in the direction of the hotel suite. You imagine he wants to get a first glance at the scene. But nonetheless, you seem to look at the card, thinking about how it seems you've been saved out of a time spending in a cell.
Well, mighty kind of him. And then, do I see Wright and Giovanni?
They're not that far away. Like, there's the building, and you basically have been doing your investigation or your testimony like right in front of it, and they're in like this little alleyway, right between. They're like just outside the police border, so.
I take a couple side eyes around and I start just meandering my way towards them.
Okay. It doesn't take long as you guys watch this whole incident unfold. Right, realizing it's a bit of a small world here in Berlin, but nonetheless, Gore kind of makes his way back into your group.
That's a messed up sight. Why does this shit keep happening to me? What do you two find?
Well, I overheard something about probably another murder near this Andreas Gymnasium, something like that.
I don't know much about that. I was just asked to look in here. That old broad that, I met up with, knew where Lulu was, asked if I could check in on her, and that's why I was here. Let me tell you, that was not a pretty sight.
Can I have Gore and Giovanni make a navigate roll for me?
Hold on.
No.
Henry! Get the fuck out of there.
Oh no.
I like you just say, "Can I have a roll?" No.
I did not know it. With a navigate roll.
Your camera's down, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on it.
We're all probably all fucked on the recording.
Yeah, everyone's.
Yeah, shifted everyone. My fucking cats, man.
What'd she do?
Did they cut it again?
No, they didn't cut it. They just keep messing with the cord.
Hey, unplug it.
No, well, they shifted around. The USB's not.
Might have to
I unplugged it and replugged it back in.
Might have to reset it on Discord.
No, I checked it. It's still set on Discord, but I'll
Well,
show
it's
you.
not on right now.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
No, like turn your camera on Discord back on.
Oh, I didn't realize that turned off. Okay.
Oh, you're good then.
Alright. I didn't realize it turned off on Discord as well. Henry, where'd you go? No, you cannot go back underneath there after I told you no.
We're just gonna
care.
see.
Come here.
You're just gonna see. Get out of here as he just yeets.
Oh,
That's a dude.
angry cat.
She's not happy, but I'm not happy with her. Go away.
Put her in
Shutting
the
the door
paper
on you
bag.
because you're being naughty. I apologize for interrupting our.
No, that is okay. I just
It
need.
was just yeah.
You need a navigation roll.
I do.
Navigation roll.
Uh,
I'm really fucked at these. Yeah, I failed.
God, we suck. One of us should
Did
have invested.
Giovanni
I didn't
fail
realize
too?
this was such a-
What did you say, Tom?
she failed to.
Oh yeah.
I got a 58. I need.
I have like a 10. I need like
Yeah,
a
I have
10
a
for
10
the
in
navigation one.
I have a 10. We all
Okay.
have 10.
You
Okay.
neither of you know where the Andreas Gymnasium is beyond the fact that it is perhaps at least near Frederickstein.
Well, I doubt going to the Berlin map will do much.
Alright.
I have no clue where that gymnasium is.
Yeah, that one's
Probably
kinda
around.
It's slipping my mind. I mean, I don't want to say we could start asking directions because people might start asking us awkward questions.
Well, I mean, we don't necessarily have anything to do there right away, unless
Yeah,
we believe that this is connected to what we're looking into.
yeah, I'm not sure. Personally, I don't know where we're gonna go from here. I feel kind of low on leads.
But yeah, basically what happened between you and Krieg, by the way, is he turned what would have been like a so these demons tell you to I don't know if anyone's seen those videos, but like the police interrogation box things, he turned that into just like, you can come and talk to him if you choose to.
Yeah.
Oh, also I left out his card also says he's there every day except
Right now.
no, he's there every day from 10 to 9 or 10 to 6.
What time is it? As I look at my wristwatch.
It is 11:56 a.m.
Yeah. We still do have the Red Mill. The Red Mill. I don't know how to say it. You know how to say it, Giovanni.
No, cabaret.
Cabaret. Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, the cabaret. Now where's that at?
My German is rusty.
I would say,
Pretty
Gore,
sure
you just
cabaret is
know
French.
if you're from Frederickstein, you know two things. You know that the Red Mill Cabaret is is locked until 4 p.m. and it would be empty anyway. It is located on the eastern portions of Frederickstein in a kind of past a thin wooden door that goes up into a hotel area but seems to go down into what would have been a basement but has been otherwise transferred into the Red Cabaret. But you do know where it is, Gore. You do know where it is.
Alright. Now, I don't want to point fingers at God, but it's not Frederickstein. It's Frederick Shane. Gore is now killed.
All right. So we got to wait then.
Place don't crack them doors till about 4 p.m. last I remember.
Mr. Gore, when you came back, you said that, why do these kinds of things keep on happening to me? Was this not the first time you've seen something like this? Here? In the city?
I take a quick gander around. Is there like a reverse listen check or something, like to make sure spot hidden, I guess?
You mean to try to
Check
like
if
stop people to see if anyone's
I'm-
listening in on you?
Yeah, I'm trying to like see if anyone's like.
That would be
listening in.
spot hidden. Yeah.
All right. I mean, can I go for a spot hidden check to see if anyone's like listening in currently
Sure.
to where we are? Well, that's a fucking failure.
Would you like to use luck?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm
You're
pretty
gonna
sure
use
if
a
I
lot.
used all my luck, I could use 50 of my 70 luck, and I still
Would
would
get
I
a
need
regular
52.
success.
No, I need 62 of 70, so that's a bit much. I mean, I'll just take a passing glance.
That was 1 point off a critical failure. So.
Critical failures exist?
Yeah.
It was
After.
like 100.
What is your chance to succeed?
27.
Yeah, so 90 and up is a critical failure for you.
Why is that?
Because
What's it?
let me find it, dude. So I actually have the thing, but you guys keep doing your thing. I know your ratio of critical failure goes down the higher your skill is.
Oh, but there was a creepy beast up in that hotel room. There was the two men that hired Lulu, and there was a spare body similar to some sorts I seen last night, and that's why I was up so late. Watching them doors. He's a creepy fuck.
Mm.
And then I'll just like share information, I guess, on what the creature looked like, because I'm kind of drawing a blank because it's been like 2 weeks since we got like some of the description of it.
Terrifying. You
I
saw
don't
that
know.
here in Berlin.
96
Here
to
in
100. Sorry.
Frederickstein. What?
96 to 100.
Ah. I mean, yeah, no, I was set it off.
Gore, I don't mean to, disbelieve your story, but were you intoxicated last night?
I didn't get intoxicated until after I saw the damn thing. Needed something to take the edge off after seeing something like that. Something like that give me the heebie-jeebies. Oh no, man.
And you believe this is connected to the murder that happened here?
See a creepy fuck like I saw in two separate places. One of them being a horrifying murder scene out of some crime drama. Yeah, I think these are connected. I don't see personally any real connection. I don't see the actual connection, but gut telling me something's connected here.
As a.
But-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Do you believe this is connected to Grobsmith or any? Did you see anything that might indicate that?
I'll be honest. I have forgotten who Grobsman was, as it's been too long. I apologize.
He's
The
the
murderer.
cannibal serial killer
Oh,
that
that guy.
we're supposed to investigate because he might have the one thing that we're looking.
I do not know if there's a connection with this guy. I don't. You guys. Do you guys? What you guys been doing? You explore something?
Well, we kind of bought this place.
You what?
I rented for the month.
How the fuck did you do that?
Well, we were investigating it, and then some lady knocked on the door. She was like, "Do you want to buy the place?" And I was like, "Okay."
You bought a place of a cannibal murderer? What do you get up to in your spare time, right?
But this is what I do.
Man, I like look at Giovanni. I'm just like, rich folk, am I right?
Kind
As
of
a-
crazy.
As you all are speaking, Gore, especially from the unsettling sight that you experienced and your recent heavy burning of calories from
Call me
your
fat.
from working with Becky, you find yourself rather starved. Or as
Oh my God.
a majority of Frederickstein is kind of, although in the full swell of things, it's fairly Frederickstein. It's no secret that a majority of the stores in this area are rather spiked in their prices, or a mixture of just selling food that's going bad as they're struggling to sell off the excess. Though you do have a great deal of food that, if not eaten, is going to go bad in your suite. But nonetheless, I'm basically saying you're hungry.
Yeah, no, I got that. Now I don't mean to cut you out from under your toes, but I'm feeling kind of famished. So I think if you two would like to follow me back to my place, I'm gonna grab myself a bite before we make our way to the cabaret.
That's in like 4 hours, isn't it?
Walk and talk, you gotta have a good time. We got time to kill.
Giovanni as it seems Gore, even though completely disarmed of his usual jacket, you remember for him that his jacket and guns are currently stored in the upper floor of the apartment.
You should probably go run up and get your jacket. You know, your
I forgot
tools
about
are in
that.
there.
Forgot about that. Ah, fuck. All right. You say you own the place now, right? And thinking you can lead me up to the murder hobo apartment.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Out
Okay.
there, I'm gonna grab me jacket and then make my way back.
Okay, just to clarify, did you guys want any sort of like stop for RP, or do you just want me to say you go up, grab it, go over to the apartment?
I like RP.
Yeah.
All right, one stare at a time.
One step at a
man.
time. Talk while you travel as you make your
I'll
way up.
take a step.
Nonetheless, Gore, you find yourself led around by Giovanni, but most notably at the spearhead of the group is Wright, leading you into the apartment. That had always given you a bit of a wrong vibe. Gore, you generally have very good instincts when it comes to danger or otherwise. And being so close to the train station always gave this structure a very eerie vibe, and you now already understand the justification of why housing an individual of such malicious intent. But nonetheless,
Means are evil.
with them dead and gone and the house now in the possession of Wright, you all make your way up into the apartment, and Wright opening the door, which seems to have no lock on it, entirely missing it for that matter. You find yourself welcome into the rather jarringly dreary abode. Very empty, lacking of any furniture beyond that of a humble iron furnace and a small countertop. The otherwise rectangular room is entirely dust covered and empty.
Welcome to my crib.
MTV crib.
Do you want to come over here a minute, Gore? Before you grab your jacket.
I'll
lead him over to the blood stain.
Okay.
You see the dry blood here as I try and like outline it with a pen.
Do I see it?
Yeah, with him pointing out, you see it.
Alright. Yeah. Probably should looking to getting the place clean if you're gonna be buying the place.
I'm not sure if it's worth the hassle, to be honest, but I don't know. You seem a bit more of a messy individual than I. Do you know what might have happened here? Why is there a cutout with the blank spot?
Well, I don't know, cause someone described the look, cause all I heard was bloodstain. I forgot.
Okay, so it is very obvious as he seems to gesture to it that the blood splatters seem to be messy and free on one side, but on one side of all of it, it maintains a straight edge or relatively straight edge that seems to be a universal like rectangle. Top of the long side facing the wall, and this is located in the upper right portion of the room and corner, beside the large window that looks out onto the street. If you had entered in from the door.
My first thought in this regard is maybe someone had a thing here, and the blood kind of covered it. Well, the blood kind of hit the corner of it, left a nice little rectangular space.
What do you mean, a thing?
I mean, could be some box, could be some I don't know, some sort like that, and they just had it sitting there, and then they lifted up.
Would you be able to ask your friend at the station if about the things they might have removed from his home? Maybe like you said, like a box or furniture, a bed.
I mean, I can see what I can do, I guess.
He did say that he had quite a hand in it, at least the arrest. So I imagine he'd come around here. I don't know exactly where they arrested him, if it was apartment or on the street, but they might have some more info for us.
Oh, did you share information with the group about Krieg and what he talked to you about?
Share information.
Okay,
Well,
that shares the trouble.
no, I
I
didn't-
will say, to interrupt, right, you do recognize the name of Krieg as he appeared in the paper as the individual who had who spearheaded the investigation on the Grobsman case. He was basically the lead investigator on it.
Oh, great, that's the lead investigator of the Grubs case, I say to the party.
Whoa. Cool.
Well,
Now, anyway,
guess we
back
had-
to what we were saying.
well, I guess that gives me another reason to go and visit the man.
What was your read on him? Did he seem tight, or did he seem a bit more grungy?
Nah, I'm grunge, but he seemed alright, I'd say. I don't know, he seemed like he could, he seemed dedicated to his work, I guess. I don't know what the insight check in this, is there an insight
Well, that's
check?
psychoanalysis.
Oh, I'm not even gonna attempt to pull that one out of my ass on that number 1 there.
Or, yeah, psychoanalysis.
Wait, then what's psychology? Because I have psychology. Did I just? Am I like a psychologist? I'm like, I can talk to people.
Yeah, psychoanalysis is like you talk to someone and you can identify what is ailing them or kind of a read of them. It's basically your ability to pick at someone's like mind. Psychology is your ability to identify mental ailments, stuff like that. You know, like.
Well, shit. I could tell you which side of the brain does what. And that's about it.
Well, that seems useful in some scenario.
Yeah. You guys have a few leads here. Your direction of whether or not you want to continue as a cohesive group here or handle things differently is entirely up to you. It is the noon of... The exact date is... It is noon of Thursday, June 22nd. And it seems events had already taken place this morning. Where would you like to present and pursue your investigations moving forward?
I'd like
we
to
go-
go get myself a bite to eat from my
Yeah, we're gonna eat at your place, or should me and Giovanni get something else?
Fine, you guys can come over. And if you need, you can have a bit of a bite. I guess I'll front for now.
An important lead, sating one's appetite.
You're the one that brought it up.
No,
We would never
We need-
feed ourselves if we weren't forced to. Or shit, or anything.
I wasn't
like,
giving you shit there. I was doing a bit. I was being okay.
Make a shit check.
Yeah.
Make a shit. Welcome to Fatal. Piss.
Ooh.
No!
Okay. Nonetheless, after you finish your discussions in Grubsman's former apartment, you all make your way back onto the streets of Friedrichshain, making your way past the immediately like reinforced and well underway police investigation at the hotel. However, it almost seems as though they're rushing it. And especially as you make your way through the streets here, the investigator is gone there. It seems as though little to nobody seems to give more than a glance at the incident, as it's nothing new. It's almost as though people seem to recognize the event. from little to no information, and give it no regard. Some of which, just seem to have a little bit more stress than others, but nonetheless, you all make your way back to the suite of Gore as he very graciously steps his way onto the street and moves a cat out of the way of passing cars and back onto the sidewalk.
Nice guy.
Goddamn strays gonna get themselves killed.
In your efforts of saving a single life, Gore, you can recover 1 sanity point.
Fog.
You mean
But
that seriously?
Yeah, sure, you can have another sanity
Oh,
point
let's
back.
fucking go.
Shit, where's my cats? Bring him in.
I'm saving so many, Thomas!
He just
Naughty little rat boy.
he ran back into the street.
He ran back into it. He's a fucking nut job.
Gore, this time, grabs the cat and throws him to the second story back. No, I'm kidding. No, you all, in relative haste, make your way back to Gore's humble suite. Now at noon, the suite has taken on a different, almost brownish glow to it, giving it a strange homish feel in its ruggedness. Gore, as you kind of watch as the two guests into your home kind of take a seat on your small square table near your kitchen area.
Take your shoes off.
Alright, I'll take my shoes off.
Yeah.
You all take your shoes off at the small, dirty rug near the door. Take your seats at a small rectangular table just outside a small bathroom area. The floor is creaking under your feet, and especially as Gore kind of makes his heavy footsteps, hanging up his coat on a small coat hanger, and opening up the fridge to look into what he has. Oh, sorry, you had an icebox, didn't you? Or did you have a fridge?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know the quality.
We'll go with an icebox. As you kind of open up the icebox and looking into it, you can see in the pilings of ice, you have a few pieces of like frozen like beef and other forms of meat. Most notably, though, you don't really have time or really the want to go through the heavy process of cooking something, getting your small gaslit oven going, and it's generally on the fritz of whether or not it decides to work. But thankfully, however, you do find, luckily enough, a small bag of jerky. The little jerky sticks almost look like that round off at the ends of the rods of almost like deer jerky. In a baggie filled with about 5 sticks. You kind of make your way back to the table, kind of slamming the deer jerky sticks against the table and letting it thaw in the center of the room in the daylight. As you all kind of like take some time to. It doesn't take long for the meat to kind of like thaw. But even in its thawed state, it does seem quite appetizing. It just seems like jerky.
Delectable.
The browned and tanned flesh intermingled with like spices that seem to add some speckled like hue of coloration that pops out through the meat.
Well, look at my speckled spice jerky right here, looking real fine, if I do say so myself. Don't you go running in the fucking corner, you little rat boy.
You say coyly, pleased to try to sell the statement as you had picked this up for a steal price of like 5 rubles, or not rubles, marks, from a butchery. They were basically throwing it out as excess, but you're one smart to not one to shy away from free food, and especially something as venerable as jerky. Apparently the meat had come from a like third-party seller, so they were selling out the excess.
I'm gonna give it a smell.
Are you trying to make like an appraise?
I'm trying to see if it's like still good.
Um,
If it's rotten.
I will have
I'll
you.
appraise it.
I'm not sure if that's the check I'll use for this. Do you have Could have swore there was a survival skill that I read about.
There is, but I don't have like it's like survival, and then there's like a box next to it, so you can type something in it.
Well,
I'm guessing that's like a specific place that you can survive in or something.
oh yeah, it's survival, desert region, survival. But you have 10% in all.
Yeah.
So, unless you have a check that you would prefer, unless you have like science, husbandry or something like that.
Yeah, I can punch it.
Actually, I'll just have you make like a. We'll do like a.
Trash.
We'll just do a no roll.
Psychology.
We'll just do a no roll. So, your general knowledge of how to identify like spoiled food.
Oh, you're gosh dang right, I know it.
As you kind of look over the meat, it doesn't seem spoiled. It's jerky. Definitely handmade. You recognize that the ingredients added to the jerky are a mixture of like dried peppers and like black pepper. It seems to have been very well like dried, and even with the extension of being frozen, is it doesn't spoil for even some time after it if you were to leave it out like this. The meat you can identify. It seems to have the make of like a deer jerky, but you can't really tell if it's like exactly what animal it comes from.
That worries me. You can't identify.
You got a problem with my jerky, right? I know it ain't no fancy 5-course meal with your nice butler serving, but us little men gotta make do with what we can get our hands on.
Yeah, I guess
yeah.
I'm used to some other thing. Yeah.
More used to the finer things in life. Unless you affront to Gore's gracious offer of his food. Gore leading the charge and kind of biting into the meat and having a relatively good time. Giovanni, do you follow?
Yeah, I'll eat it.
Oh,
Okay,
what is
I
that?
meant to say
Do you
Giovanni.
follow?
Well, you guys are making this so dramatic. I don't know if you're.
You're the
quiet.
one
It's
making it
just
I feel
food.
like you started it when you were
Yeah.
like the spice speckled meat.
Yeah, the
Sits
spice
in the
speckled meat with an
daylight.
unknown
That's
seller.
what
sold
jerky
for
normally
5 marks.
It's just jerky. I'm describing jerky.
Is it human jerky?
I feel like we
I don't wanna
spent
eat
like
human.
20 minutes on jerky for no reason.
Well, regardless.
Sometimes
This is important role playing.
Well,
Some-
regardless. Gore not wanting to necessarily make an affront to Gore, you nibble a bit of the jerky, and it's good. It's good. Is that it? Can I just say it tastes good? My apologies.
Does it taste
Um,
like human? Am I
no.
eating human?
No,
It's not my
Do you
mama's
know what
spaghetti.
human tastes like?
Giovanni, you're not hungry, and find it
Oh, I'm
difficult
not?
to bring the meat to mouth. You already had eaten quite a full. Waking up the first in
What do you know? You know what's in our stomachs more than we do.
waking up first within the household, as you had shared dorm with Wright, and it seemed Aspire had woken up early and he served you a hefty bowl of or plate of eggs.
Well, sorry, Gore. I had some eggs this morning. I'm not quite hungry right now.
Fuck you, you don't want my jerky, I understand.
Well, it's not that. It's just I had some eggs. They had like green things on them, and they were salted in things. It tasted pretty good.
Yeah, I had some eggs this morning too, if you know what I mean.
Did you cook them yourself?
Did you cook some eggs yourself?
No, the joke was I had 6.
What?
Ha ha.
I thought we
Oh,
were supposed to be investigating. What do you mean?
Well, sometimes you gotta get down and dirty in this investigating business. Gotta do things, I guess.
You
don't
aren't
want
an
to-
investigator. What do you mean?
What?
Gore, confident in his statement, just snacks away at the jerky, ignoring your statements.
Alright then. So what will be our
I
next
win
stop?
the argument. What? Sorry, we're actually doing things.
What's going to be our next stop? We got a lot of places that we could head off.
I don't know. I'm kind of concerned that 2 places we've been to, you know, the apartment had nothing.
I ain't
We
saying this
obviously
lightly,
can't speak to Lulu no more, so
unless you got a medium lying around, then nah, it's gonna be a little tricky speaking to her. I'm not going anywhere by myself at this point, because every time I go by myself, I run into a creepy fucking town, apparently. So,
now we can all meet one.
well,
Yeah.
better than just me.
So what does that lead us then?
I assume the
I don't
cabaret is
really.
the best place next.
Well, we still got time to kick before the cabaret.
Yeah. I mean, we can try and ask around this Andreas gymnasium and ask more there, but it seemed the police were having trouble there as well. So I'm not entirely sure if it's connected to our case. I'm still trying to put the pieces together why
Yeah, I'm not sure.
grotesque murder like this would happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
Rob's
it's
man is
connected, and
dead.
I don't think we won't be connected to questions like where the hell's the gymnasium where a bunch of murders happen for kiddies. We can make our way to the whatever his name was, Craig. Seemed to have some idea, and he's got open doors for me at least. I may be able to pry a tiny bit of information out of him about our known problem.
Do you think you'd still be at the scene? Back.
Well, he might still be at the. I'm not sure. I could maybe put in a word. People like him, they usually got them secretaries. Maybe I could get some word in if that he's not there.
He'd definitely be a nice contact to have. I'm not sure entirely how official detective police work.
Well,
Cooperate
pull-
with the private investigators here, but
I'll pull out the card. Well, it says he's a police inspector, so I don't know. Maybe he's inspecting the police while they're doing their job or something. Maybe. Seemed like one of them detective sorts. So. See, we could figure our way around for the gymnasium. Just trying to, get our leads all out on the table at once. Talk to Craig, and then head to the cabaret. But the cabaret don't open, so we'll get it. So.
Maybe Mr. Wright could employ his persuasion skills from earlier. I thought they were pretty good.
well, I think you still need a bit of practice there.
I don't know if I want to. The last confrontation, that man, I think he was going to spit on me.
You teaching the kid how to speak well to ne'er-do-wells.
Well, I figure our employer would probably be happy if he was a bit more attuned to investigative business. So.
Well,
Let's remember this. I'm a driver and a mechanic.
well, we all have our special skills. I may not be able to persuade worth much, but I know I could sell you anything in this dear apartment.
Looking around,
That sounds like
being like,
persuasion to me.
Nah, it's a whole separate category.
Oh, all right.
Take my word for it.
You're like an auctioneer.
Well, if an auctioneer was unpaid and willing to make do with anything he could get his hands on, then yeah, we could say I'm an auctioneer.
All right. Right.
I also have a gun. I'm good at gun.
Yeah, you kind of
oh,
let that one slide earlier when you were calling the police.
I'm good at gun, not at think.
tragic. Well,
What'd you say, Gio? I didn't think I heard you correct.
nothing. We should go. Yeah,
Now I
All
feel
right.
like you should
let's
tell
get
me
out
what
of
you
here.
said.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right.
Where
so
are we
have to-
going then, Gio? Since you seem so gung ho about getting out of here.
Well, I assume like we were talking about we would probably go try to find the gymnasium.
I see. Right? You got any bright ideas on where we can go, or should we try to make our way towards this murder gymnasium?
I believe the gymnasium for our first stop. See if this Krieg is back in his office, and then we can head over to Red Mill.
Well,
Let's
alright.
go.
So where are you guys going first? Sorry.
What?
We're gonna
We're gonna
start
ask
asking
around.
looking for the Andres Gymnasium.
Okay. Can I have each of you make a your choice of either persuasion, intimidate, or fast talk or charm.
I'm
I'll
gonna
take fast talk,
intimidate.
thank you. I'll take fast talk.
Oh, I will. I will charm.
And just so you
That's
know, like when you intimidate, you're like making outward threats. It's not like just
can I, like,
standing as like a presence there.
Oh shit. Fuck it, I'll still do it. I'll
Okay.
just kinda, you know, just kind of like
Andres Gymnasium. Tell me right
approach,
now.
approach someone, you know, give a little crack of the knuckle, a little, you know, crack of the neck.
Okay.
Right, you know where the gymnasium is.
By the way, I
Uh,
succeeded on my fast talk.
Okay.
Hard success on intimidate.
Giovanni, it doesn't take long for you to once again come up empty-handed, sadly,
No,
when it
I-
comes to your social skills to get people to help. Frederick Shine is a kind of a mean area, and you're quick to try to find Mr. Wright. And as you kind of look around for where he went, you see you specifically remember that he had disappeared into an alleyway to presume his like own discussions. And as you kind of like make your way over to try to catch up with him, you just hear this resounding oh kind of like muffle from the alleyway as you can see standing like a large looming figure, shoulders far broader when he's actually in like a full flex, and you can see he seems to as you kind of speak down the alleyway, tucks away a strange piece of metal into his pocket. As you can see, like hunched over onto the ground, is some like homeless man that seems to have just gotten through the process.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
No.
Beautiful.
Damn right.
And as he
you're an
like as he
asshole.
kind of like looks back out of the alleyway, you can see the light of the almost like shaded alleyway dim to none. Sunlight kind of refracts off his eyes, giving him this almost like predatory like reaction to you. As his expression seems to almost soften immediately as right, you kind of like push over a tarp on a nearby box as it just kind of falls limply over onto the individual you had just finished politely extracting your questions from.
Oh, hello.
Did you find something?
You know where it is,
Yeah.
yeah. You shared it with him.
Yeah, I found it. I asked a man out there. He gave me
My
directions.
information gatherer go, Thomas. Did I involve myself in murdering someone?
Nah, you just kind of like fast talk some guy.
Look at my
Most
sale
people
and
most
something
people are
smart.
pretty like clam mouthed around Frederick Shine, so even at your intimidations or even at your fast talk, it proved somewhat difficult, but yeah, I'll also give it to Wright that in your hard success you you got a silver denture from your interrogations.
Oh, like I knocked his
Silver
fucking
teeth.
teeth out.
Yeah.
Jesus.
The exact
Alright.
estimation of the value of it, you don't know. But
Yeah, I was in this alleyway because I saw this a little glint in the corner of my eye, and I found this. Just hold up the silver.
I see, I see. Well, we should go find Gore and we should get out of here, huh?
Right, yeah, that seems you want it.
Oh, no, no, I'm good, I'm good.
It could be your payment, at least a little bit of it.
Uh, I we're getting rubles. I'm okay for now. Thank you.
All right, pocket that.
You pocket it and kind of brush your hand off. Kind of taking a small rag out of your pocket as you kind of wipe any excess elements of your work away and pocketing the rest of it. You kind of make your way. And quick enough, you find Gore, who seems to have a similar amount of information from you. It seemed he had suavely talked up one of the nearby like stall salesmen selling pieces of like homemade like clothing and otherwise. Gore, you had kind of made off by just kind of talking up the wares, and in doing so, just kind of popped the question out of nowhere, and they just kind of led you in the right direction, seemingly expecting you to buy something. Yet, nonetheless, you just walked off.
Hit my cap, walk out. Thanks for the service.
That's tough. So where do we have to go?
Well,
It's in the northeastern end of Friedrichshain, just past one of the lower class shopping districts. If you cross the rail tracks that you had seen past near Grobsman's like apartment area, you'd basically be in those around that area. The gymnasium is a large rectangular gymnasium with a glass roofing to it, but it is most notably surrounded by a segment of like 4 almost like open park areas, like grass lawns, if you will, that kind of in a large like cross are segmented by like stone like walkways. The grass lawns are notably filled with trees and otherwise. It's like a similar to what you see at like college grounds, where they have those like areas of grass. But for the gymnasium, apparently it's like 4 sections of grass that surround it.
And that's how we get there.
meander our way.
Does it seem like a place we'd have to drive to?
No, but
Okay.
you would imagine it'd be smart to grab your car. Leaving it in the
Yeah.
same spot for too long, especially in Friedrichshain, Schein is can be dangerous for one's vehicle.
I think we should take my car for this one.
All right, you remember where you parked it?
Mhm.
Let's go then.
Yeah, might as well make our way through.
Okay. Giovanni, with you and the others, you collect within your car. Driving around at noon rush, even here in Friedrichshain, or even more so here, it bustles with new arrivals into the city and the lower class denizens of it. In full throw, moving about the city on the railways to the electric cabs and otherwise. You're slow to make your way through the crowds during noon rush, and it isn't for about 25 minutes till you arrive at the gymnasium, and you can see that a police perimeter, the large rectangular structure is old in its make. It's pale, almost clay-colored stone that kind of makes up the entirety of it, intermitted by like grayed red bricks. Covers a majority of its rectangular shape, and the notable like glass dome that kind of rises out of what would be the center of the structure's roof. You can see that the area seems to be relatively unchanged, even by in how many people seem to be coming and going out of the structure, athletes and otherwise, as it seems to be the very notable police perimeter around one of the trees seems to have deterred nobody. You can see that there are currently a collection of like 2 officers standing there, one of which that seems to be just kind of like looking up at the tree. At this distance, you can't exactly make out the details, but it seems as though things are hanging from it. Beyond that, however, you can see another officer is currently in the process, as he seems to be scratching away at his helmet and the hair beneath it. He seems to be talking to a group of like 4 kids. You wager all of which to be young women no older than the age of like 13. That you imagine must have been playing in the park. You can see one of them is holding a large leather ball. Giovanni kind of pulls the car to a park near one of the curbs, just beyond, just as you can hear the sound of like the roaring honk or horn of the train as it roars past a few hundred feet away from you. To the left, to the right of you being the start of the grass field in which this police perimeter is surrounding, and to the left of you the large main thoroughfare near the tracks, in which you can see dozens of many other people bustling about, as well as cars and cabs.
Well, we're here.
Well, have we thought about how we're gonna get our way in there?
At least for me, I at least just plan on listening about for a little bit, seeing if I could pick up anything. After that, depending on what I find, we can go from there. I'm not sure what you guys would like to do.
Gore, could you go ahead and make a credit rating roll for me?
Okay.
Credit reading roll. These happen.
Lots of fail.
Would you like to use luck to modify it? I don't
Whenever
know how
you
bad
ask
of
me
a
that,
fail.
it is always so far away that it just seems not useful.
Oh, is it like really far away? Okay.
Not as far away as the previous one, but
Okay. Sadly, you were never one to get your hands on a forgery of any sort of like police identification. At least one that's reliable. But you know, murders and strings are a very common thing. And you know for a fact, Gore, that especially in the circumstances of, there isn't anything that the police can really do to, prevent you from looking at the scene. Not that Berliner police would stop you. They don't have the time or the effort to do so. But you imagine problems would arise if you tried to, go in and interact with things within the perimeter. And mind you, it's only wrapping around this single tree. It's about from the tree, it's about a 12-foot distance before the perimeter starts, and then it's just small wooden sticks driven into the ground with cheap yellow bound like tape that seems to run to each stick.
I mean, I could take a quick gander at the actual scene itself. Maybe pull off some, maybe see if I can't pull some similarities or something.
Alright then.
And with that, I hop out of the vehicle and meander my way over to the whatever it is, the yellow taped line, just to take a look.
Okay, so you're going up to the tree.
Yeah,
and mind
not
you,
like crossing the line or anything, but like.
okay, you approach roughly within 10 feet of the perimeter, which is a great distance away from your car and your other 2 compatriots. And as you non-conspicuously, it's very obvious that you walked up. An officer that's kind of like the officer that's talking to the kids seems to kind of wrap up his things. He seems to get in nothing as the kids he kind of gives a gesture for them to stand there. As he moves over to talk to the other officer, they kind of seem to be in a few intermittent changes or exchanges, but his eyes kind of glance up to you, and before dismissing it, just back to the other officer. And as you look up into this Once again, another horrific scene. Just a forewarning, since I deafening it, toning it down again. If any of you need to deafen for these things, you can, but you've been warned. You see a extremely macabre scene in the canopy of this tree, as though you see what used to be a woman, as far as you can tell, stripped of their garments and dismembered and stretched from intestine to limb. The intestines used as a macabre form of rope, wrapped around the limbs and thrown over the branches, as though the tree had been teepeed in a way, hanging in strands and dangling from the branches of the tree, arm, leg, and hand, and the torso wedged in the center portions of the tree stands grossly affixed there between the base of two branches. And most notably, you can see the stomach of which has been disemboweled and stuffed into is the decapitated head. A single broad-handed wooden axe or wood axe has been embedded in the center portions of the forehead and face, splitting it and breaking any form of recognition to the individual's former appearance. And you can obviously tell, I believe you got max sanity loss from the former scene, is that correct, Gore? Or?
I think I actually succeeded at the previous one of the hotel room.
Okay, so you're not used to it. Okay. Then I need you to make another sanity roll. As you now have to be the person to digest this horrific scene.
God, I was 3 off succeeding. Are you kidding me?
You have luck. Wait, no, you can't use it. Never mind.
Can't use luck on
Sorry,
sanity.
I said the wrong thing. Fuck you.
The one time you ask, hey, do you not? The one time you don't ask about using luck.
As you look at the scene, your stomach twisting as you look at it, you can most obviously tell that the torso in this individual is emptied to a portion. Things are missing, and as you look at the ground and base of the tree, they're gone. And the thought process is, of the idea that it had been taken by whatever had then did this, or whoever had did this, upsets you, sickens you to your core. As since you have already lost 1 sanity from this, you would only lose 1 again, and then you are used to it.
So I take
Now
1
you're our person that's gonna be looking at this.
I
every
had
time
the
we'll
lowest
just send you in.
sanity.
What's your sanity at now?
21.
Ugh.
That's tough.
When do you die? Is it 0?
0.
Oh, okay. You
But
got,
it's
yeah, 20
very
left.
easy to start slipping once you get the lower the
Yeah.
sanity gets.
You're a bit
I
too
wouldn't.
far away to listen to anything that the officers have to say. You're not sure if you want to risk it to try to move in. You can see a lot of the kids have kind of like, although being resumed kind of to their thing and just kind of tossing this leather all about, a little bit over. As we
I'm
jump
gonna
back
go
to
listen.
Giovanni and Wright in the car.
Where are the police? Are they near like the police lines, or?
I would say it would be very difficult to approach them without them noticing you that you're listening to them.
Where are they?
They're like right next to the. It wouldn't be difficult for you to hear them unless they're whispering. It would be difficult for you to do it without being noticed. Because you would basically be standing outside the line, and since you're in the middle of this like lawn, if they're saying anything of import, it'd be very hard for you to do it with discretion, since you're there. It's not like a public area. Nor is it surrounded by other
So
pedestrians that are looking in.
They're like in the middle of nowhere.
They're in the
I
middle
can't,
of this like lawn. You're like off the walkways, which is where a majority of pedestrians are. beyond people that are sitting on the benches and other portions of it, or these kids who are about 30 feet away from the police line, and they seem to be a mixture of held there by, uh, either their own curiosity or just the police themselves. You're not sure, but they have gone back to kind of playing some form of like catch with the ball. You and Giovanni are currently sitting in the car. Giovanni still at the wheel, the engine's still running, and you currently sitting in the passenger seat. As you can see, Gore, even at this distance, seems to have seen something unsettling. You can see that he's taken a step back. A hand instinctively has kind of clutched his stomach as he seems to be trying to hold in the jerky that he ate earlier.
Well, it's probably a bit hard for me to listen in on them without getting caught, so I think we might just wait for Gore then.
Okay. I'm not an investigator, but I have seen the movies, and in the movies, usually they're like, they're talking to people, or they're seeing things, but it matters to the case. I'm wondering if these murders and what we're looking for go hand in hand.
Well, I don't. The lead that we've gotten was that it was connected to Grubs, unless it's, I don't know, copycat murders. I'm not too familiar with Grubs, man. I just got here yesterday. Yesterday or the day before, one of the two.
Well, he's dead now.
The idea of fans or copycats, Giovanni, I will say, especially you being one home to this city, and to Berliners, this is often something that is met with indifference, but you have a different heart, of a different home, and the idea of individuals idolizing and copying such disgusting individuals is likely something you digest with disgust, but that's up to you.
There's tons of sicos in this town that would do things like that. Idolize somebody who kills. Even though I live here and I've lived there my life, this town isn't the friendliest of places.
Yeah, it's been quite a grotesque welcoming.
You find yourself mildly interrupted by the fact that you see Gore beginning to walk back to the car, and as he does so, you can see the police officers seem to have finished their discussions, and you can see they make their way over to the very clearly, now that you look at it, the traumatized group of young girls, and they seem to take the process into escorting them back home. But nonetheless, after a few moments, Gore seems to return, opening the door silently and sitting back into the back seat.
What'd you find?
Found out I might not be in this right line of business if Berlin's turned into something like this.
I don't know, mate.
It's a goddamn mess.
There's another murder.
But what I saw, was it a lady or man? I can't remember.
Lady.
Okay. Lady?
Lady.
Lady, she be missing. She be missing organs. Missing interior bits.
That sounds
Oh.
fucking horrifying.
I just got like a dead look in my eye.
Dio mio.
It was. It's not something pretty to say. I regret walking up there. At this point, I kind of regret waking up this morning. Getting out of bed.
That it seems like quite a shitty day for you.
Shouldn't I into a shitty day? Just getting insane at this rate.
Well, were the police willing to talk to you, or did they seem busy?
They didn't seem to care that much. They just We're asking little girls some questions and then went about their business.
Sorry to make you remember, but did it seem like something that happened like in the hotel room? Or was it different?
Was Lulu missing pieces?
Lulu was also disemboweled.
Whoever is
But you didn't go into the room. This was a lot more obvious because it's broad daylight, um, and the individual was suspended in the air essentially. Lulu, you never approached the bed to see.
I didn't get no good look at dear Lulu, but if this is some similar game being played here, well, they got a thing for organs, it seems.
Well, should we drive back to the previous scene to see if the inspector is there, or should we go to the police station?
How long has it been since we left
Hmm,
the
about 40
initial
minutes.
hotel?
No,
Oh,
about 55 minutes. Sorry.
it's only been about an hour.
And I will say when you passed Bray Rock Hotel, you did not see the investigator there.
Now, when we were passing by, I guess, didn't seem to see his unique attire. Maybe we
So
can
what's
make our
going
way
to be
to
our
the station.
story then? Like, while we're interested, I'd like to keep our clients' info to a minimum.
I can be saying I go in alone on this one, talk to him. He wanted to ask me some questions about the hotel scenario, about what happened there, so I can lead with that, and then try to see if I can't pry him for some information about any connecting dots, and maybe see if I can't pull some interesting lead out of it.
Well, this inspector, if what I heard from you earlier was right, he seems like he was on the job of the case, the Gobsman case. So I feel like you should try to get some more information about that, maybe. Like what they saw in his room, or what they think maybe there's other victims. Things that could help us.
Alright,
I'm not sure if detectives like getting asked questions. I know they like to ask them themselves, but maybe he'd be willing to listen to you.
Yeah, well, we'll see what we can't pull together.
So everyone's sitting out of the discussion except Gore.
I think Gore's going to talk to him alone because he was the one who invited.
Maybe if you talk to him.
You guys are fine sitting out for a bit. That's just a fair point. But
Because I think you're right, Mr. Right. I don't know if we should say that we're on a separate investigation, but maybe we could say that we're, I don't know, friends. That we're. I'm not really sure.
I mean, I could try playing up my appearance, you know, get a stuttery German, you know, I'm a foreigner and all, so
if I can
curious.
blend in some opinion of the skill, does anyone possess anything in disguise or
No.
No,
fast talk? I know Gore has stuff in fast talk.
I'm 70 and fast.
Okay. You imagine you will definitely need, especially if you want to try to turn things subtly into your way, some leverage to garner some trust beyond that of a normal citizen. And ways to do that are disguise, persuasion, fast talk, or even credit rating of utilizing a mixture of that. Because credit rating is a representation also of one's notability in their given like class or profession. Although you can, as Wright perhaps gives an example, exasperate your foreign profession to something else or more fitting. But that's all I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, I could try and establish a working relationship. Say I'm here on hire from Britain, and that I was sent here to investigate some things as information travels slow. Wanted someone on the ground. I don't have to say a client's name or anything. I could just say someone that wishes to be private, who may have a connection to.
I could probably pull something together.
If I can just drive you to there and then, park outside and wait, I suppose.
If you're fine with that.
I don't know if I'd be much help.
One day we'll find a tank, and you're going to do some mean work.
Operate heavy machinery.
Yeah.
I'm really good at stealth and climbing as well.
Yeah, I was gonna see if I could climb to like listen to those fucking police officers, but they're in the middle of nothing.
I can speak Italian. But yeah, I'm okay just driving you over there and then you guys get what you need to know and then come back out. Maybe I'll... I have an idea for dinner today. I'll try to go make a call while you guys are talking.
Alright.
Alright.
It'll be on me.
Ooh. Why, thank you.
No problemo. Do you just want to go?
Onward.
Giovanni turns
All right.
just as the train is passing.
We never learned anything
So
in
ends
Berlin.
the cock campaign. We'll see y'all next.
The wasted gray screen, like as the car.
That guy was... The guy at the start was just talking to our 3 caskets or something.
Yeah.
What did you learn in Berlin? I mean,
Your-
not much, really.
Your lobotomized like brain in a jar, like.
Yo,
Um.
my Futurama.
Yeah. But no, Giovanni, you work your way at driving, your car towards the police station essentially, which is not located across the river in Mate, but deciding to kind of ride along the railroad tracks to try to avoid a majority of the traffic, and especially all the many intersections leading out of Friedrichshain and into Mite. You should now find yourself entering into a portion of the city that is of much more taken care of, and definitely has a different change of pace in its architecture. As you are essentially within the core of the city, as you kind of drive along the river, the structures are bigger, more organized. And as you approach where the police station is, you immediately start to approach structures of more either political notoriety or of more symbolic nature. From the few monuments in this portion of the town to other political party-like structures and safe zones. Yet the streets are flush with individuals in formal garb, working their jobs and otherwise moving between these mini structures, packed with briefcases, work bags, and otherwise. It is a bustling part of the city. Yet nonetheless, as you kind of come to a stop at the in the almost like parking area just to the right, along the right side of the building, outside the large steep of stairs before the almost short but large rectangular structure of the main police headquarters. It is a not a grand structure. It is of brick and mortar, framed at the front by these large standing pillars. They definitely give it an element of a large law house. You can see officers standing guard in both idle tot or otherwise outside and on the steep of the stairs, lawyers and otherwise making their way up and down the staircase. But nonetheless, Giovanni kind of brings the car into park just outside this building.
Is this the place?
Yes.
All right, Gore, you ready?
Yeah, we make our way.
Okay. Giovanni, you watch as Gore and Wright kind of make their way up the steep staircase. Soon enough, you find yourselves entering in through these spinning doors of these brass and glass spinning doors into a relatively wide and slight musky smelling, or not musky, but dry smelling entry hall, if you will. Immediately to the right of the greeter's desk is in which you can see that there are 3 individuals sitting, 2 women and 1 man, all wearing formal attire. And you can see the entry hall is cluttered with many other individuals sitting on the few benches or otherwise that kind of sit just outside the 2 hallways that exit the area, along with the 2 wooden staircases that kind of stretch into this like angled V that kind of goes up, turns, and then goes up again, if you will, to a second floor and a third, or a second floor and a third floor. So it kind of goes up, flattens out, goes up again, and you're on the 3rd floor. But beyond that, it seems the receptionists are currently busy working with some papers and don't immediately make any note of your entry, as it's already very busy in here. You can see immediately past these benches and beneath the tables there is glass framings that seems to look into a lower office area, in which you can see among the many tables there are a bunch of landline phones that individuals are seemingly working with calls or otherwise around the city. But
Oh god, I'm tired.
All right, Gore, you lead the way.
Alright. I walk, I guess, up to a... Is there any, like, specific, like, office door that has, like, Krieg's name on it or something like that?
you have absolutely zero idea how to navigate this building. You don't know where to start. The card does have like a you assume like a door name. And its office like B23, but exactly where that is in this building, you have no idea. And it's a pretty big structure.
Right. Say, let me just think. I walk up to a receptionist, I guess, just any random one at this point. No discerning.
The 2 women behind the desk seem to be hard at work, seemingly working away at some papers. The individual seems to kind of like, who seems to be the individual on call, if you will, at your approach. Yet as you're walking up to the receptionist line, you can see another individual kind of cuts in front of you, tries to handle some of his matters before you.
Alright, sir. I was walking here.
Oi, fuck off, and I'm on a rush.
Alright, now, Mr. Bright Eyes, I don't think you know who you're reckoning with on this one. I think you need to tone your voice back just a little bit here.
Yes, and you foreign bumpkin need to mind your manners. You're lucky the parties are allowing you to stay here in Berlin. Now, if you don't mind me, I'll be working away. Now, anyway, I was looking to handle my meeting moving onwards, and as...
I just push him to the side, basically.
My what?
Now this
that's
country
fact.
bumpkin's
Actually-
gonna be taking care of something real fast, if you don't mind. Now Mish, just kind of like lean over the desk.
Can you make an intimidate roll for me?
All right.
As I will need to utilize this to be the closest thing to identify. Actually,
I feel like I handled myself in a very calm manner.
we'll use size, actually.
Oh.
Ooh,
That's interesting.
how big are you?
Of 65. Can I use luck?
Yeah, on this roll you can, yeah.
I'd like to use 8 points of luck
Okay.
to get a success.
Reduce that from your current standing luck. And as you allow yourself the success on the roll, you can see this man in his probably like mid-60s was playing more of the roll card and not expecting any actual act of violence.
Violence my ass. I just push him to the side.
As he kind of swallows his pride and as it just kind of like steps in line behind you.
Now, Mish, I pull out the card.
Sir.
Mike.
As standing across from you is a man.
I thought.
Or
how-
sitting across from you, but
I
nonetheless,
feel
he
faded.
seems so numb to really. That was so minor to him.
Sir, hold out that Krieg gave me. Now I'm looking where I can find this here, sir. He told me I should meet up with him at some point. So, Mr.
He kinda takes the-
turn around, look.
The card out of your off the desk and kind of slides it to him.
So, Mr. Krieg.
So you're looking to set up an appointment with Master Krieg. He's not currently, well, not Master, but Inspector Krieg.
I was gonna say,
I
Master,
don't
yo,
understand
shit.
why I referred it so formal there. It's been a long morning.
No, I can understand that. It's been a long, long day for me too.
Yes. The calls are coming in quite frequently, but as of currently, Mr. Krieg hasn't returned from his duties off station, but we'll send him a call, and I imagine he will return here in due time. You're welcome to sit around in the waiting hall till he arrives, and we'll call your name and send you up into the proper office.
I like look towards right. All right. I guess thank you, sir, for the time. And I guess I
Not a
meander my
problem
way
at
back.
all, sir. Hope you're staying safe here in Berlin. And
Well.
as he hands you back the note card, he kind of, before he can respond, kind of ushers the other guy forward. As it is a very streamlined process here, as much as it can be. You kind of make your way back over to Mr. Wright.
We seem to be in a situation where we have to wait for Mr. Krieg to make his appearance.
Okay then. I guess we wait.
Okay.
Is there like
Um,
a chair, like just a reception chair or something, like a little plate, like a sitting area?
yeah, there's benches.
Yeah. I guess I just sit at a bench. I kind of just like kind of relax back and lower my hat, kind of.
I pull out my
Rest in my
Game
eyes.
Boy. Start playing.
Okay. Can I have, I'll say, since you started the roll, can I have Gore do a luck roll for me?
Okay. That do be a success. Actually, that's a hard success. I don't know if that applies.
It does to a degree. Sorry, one moment.
So you're lonely?
No, that's not what I said. I didn't really even finish what I was saying. So you only find yourselves waiting for about 30 minutes. sitting on the benches before you can see entering into the spinning doors is as you kind of entering into the spinning doors, a familiar face. His hands currently in his pockets and walking at a slight hunch. A cigarette still burning out of his mouth, and as he does so, you can see one of the walking receptionists kind of like moving, picking up her papers and walking out of the desk and towards one of the office areas on the first floor. Walks past Krieg and no smoking within the building, Detective Krieg. And he's just, yeah. Kind of takes out the cigarette and just kind of throws it in one of the nearby trash cans after huffing it out or snuffing it out. And as he's kind of walking around and watches the receptionist kind of pass him, you can see he looks over to the benches and notices you two sitting there. First noticing Gore and I didn't expect you to take my offer up so quickly.
Mr. Krieg.
Mr.
Good
Gore,
seeing
I
you.
believe. Is that correct?
It sure was. Thank you for remembering.
He shakes your hand and placing it back into his overcoat's pocket, kind of looks over to your accompanying compatriot into your pocket. But no. He looks over to the
pocket like, ooh.
he looks over to the your compatriot and sees his eyes kind of narrow and
Hello, Mr. Wright.
Inspector Krieg at your service. I'm sorry, you seem awfully familiar.
I believe we bumped into each other.
Yeah, he seems to like recognize the before you even seem to finish the statement and outside the train station. I recall.
Mm.
What a small world it is then. Sorry to find us meeting again under grim pretenses. Yet beyond that, sorry to keep you lads waiting. We can talk more in my office. As he seems to kind of usher you along. Heading down one of the hallways on the first floor, you can see as he's walking down the hallway, he seems to kind of pull out a cigarette pack and kind of put the cigarette back in his mouth. Not lighting it yet. But as he seems to approach a wooden door, all the windows into the room seem to be like fogged glass. As there's a small plaque beside the door that say Inspector Krieg in German. As he seems to kind of like light the. Also, he's speaking German this whole time. Do you all speak German?
Yeah.
Okay.
I assume we've always been speaking.
It's
Yeah,
always
that's
been
fine.
German essentially. Only in a few cases has it been not German.
Hello, my name is Mr. Wright.
You
Okay.
say in British. No, I'm kidding.
I'm British.
Can't tell you English. But no, as he seems to unlock the door, putting his keys away, you see he kind of lights the cigarette, pushing it open into a very cluttered, and relatively small office area. You can see it only has room for his desk, which is cluttered in papers and files. A large filing cabinet behind it in a set of two, and you can see a few of them are kind of pulled open. A small like nightstand on one side of the room that has a few shot glasses, some of which not cleaned, but a half filled like tequila bottle. There's a set of a few chairs in front of the desk, and a single like hanging pale like lamplight as he comes to shut the door behind you. You folk, you two are welcome to make yourselves at home. Sorry about the mess. As he seems to kind of clear out some of the papers near the front of the desk, and kind of haphazardly kind of stacking it to one side before kind of taking his seat on the leather chair behind it. And kind of like pulls out the cigarette box and kind of like plops out two smokes. But after looking at Gore, he kind of tucks one of the cigarettes in as though he remembers Gore's statement to him. You smoke, Mr. Ray?
Hi.
Out of the peeping eyes of the receptionist, this is my humble area of investigation. So smoke all you like. as he seems to kind of tap the cigarette against a small ashtray, which is pretty full. Kind of worryingly full in ash. It definitely, he kind of shakes it to kind of flatten out the ash so it doesn't like teeter over.
Yeah.
But I wasn't expecting to see Gore so quickly, but I'm happy you took the time to come all the way over to the station for me today. It seems that there has been a collection of new circumstances arriving in the city that I certainly wasn't expecting. If you didn't know already, I'm Chief Inspector Krieg. I introduced myself formally to Gore here, now to you, Mr. Wright. I worked and led the investigation on the Robson's case, which, thank the gods, is one less thing I was hoping to be completely closed out, especially with his recent death. So, but it seems perhaps we have a few fans in the city. And I wanted to ask more formally a few questions to Gore here, but are you a friend of his, Mr. Wright, or do you have a greater role to play here?
Friend might be a bit much for. I've just met him, but I do have my own questions and maybe potentially answers that might tickle your fancy. I'm a third party.
A third party. There's a lot of those in Berlin these times. Not a bother to me. But if you don't mind if I go first to ask my few questions to go ahead.
Of course.
I've already checked a few areas I needed to today, and unless receptionists come in with another call, we should be without interruption for at least an hour. Go, I know you already walked through and I read the writer's report on what you told the officers on the scene there, but can you walk me through exactly your experiences from, I believe what you said, 10:30 p.m. to roughly about 11:25 p.m. Feel free to be as detailed as you like. This is not being recorded and isn't going to be used against you in the court of law. This is a personal log for my own investigation, so feel free to speak freely.
Well, God, where was I at 10:20 or whatever it was? I can't remember. Was that when I was talking to the?
He basically said from the moment that time was around when you had arrived at the square and decided to go to Bray Rock.
Okay.
10 to the second time is basically when you had called the police, or the police had arrived on scene. I should mention.
So like the second time you mentioned was when I called the police. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
It was when they arrived. Sorry, not when you called. So sometime in there you called.
Okay.
And you imagine he already has a general idea of what you had told the other officers. Seems you read that.
Yeah. Well. Showing up, asked by a friend to check on a friend of a friend. Her name went by the name of Lulu. She said she was staying at the Bray Rock Hotel. I would stop on by, asked the front desk man if I could pass on through. He didn't let me. Well, he did let me. Went on up. When I was walking up to the door,
Was this Lulu a friend of yours? You mean it?
His head, yeah.
Oh no!
I think that's it.
Yamaro!
I believe I can take it from here. Not a friend.
It was not a friend.
Not a friend of a. But more like a friend of a friend. Yeah, and then I talked to the man, and he said something about, he'd been here all night, hadn't heard anything. I was a bit
Hello?
worried. Oh, hello.
We gotta.
Okay, I have my headphones currently plugged in, so I will
Looking
be
kinda
now doing the
sensual.
rest of the session from here.
He answered not a friend for you, so. But that is
Yeah.
okay. That's just unfortunate. You can resume if you'd like.
All right. Where was I?
You
When it
you you
cut out?
basically
Not a
answered
friend.
his question that she was not a friend, or I should say, right answered that for you. While you suffered deafness for a brief moment.
Yeah.
After that, however, you had gotten to the point of describing arriving to the room, but not exactly opening the door or discovering the blood or anything like that. You were just in the Bray Rock Hotel.
All right. So I was walking up towards the hotel, the hotel room, that is, when I noticed a peculiar presence on the ground. When I went to investigate it further, I discovered that it seemed to be like a pooling liquid of some sort, and
Blood.
took me a second. I realized it was blood.
Did you see any suspicious individuals entering or leaving the premises besides the hotel's attendant at the time
Nah.
you arrived?
By the time I arrived, it was just when I arrived and when I went on through, it was only saw the attendant himself. Didn't see anyone else.
And you mentioned that you were going to check on this Lulu because why?
Friend of a
That's-
friend asked me to check in on her, and I was in the area. Decided I guess I would do a bit of a civic duty in that regard.
I imagine it's no secret. This hotel, Bray Rock Hotel, is an hour hotel. Generally an establishment for services.
Lady of
Not
the
to-
night type of deals.
Not to rag on your friend, but I imagine, did she partake in prostitution? I imagine.
You meet all kinds of sort in Frederick Shane, where I'm living.
I don't doubt. If I may ask, how much did you know of the dealings going on there? This Lulu, do you know exactly who she was meeting, how many she was meeting?
I was simply told she picked up 2 men and took them to the hotel. And when I arrived, I saw partially 2 men.
Did you see
Partially,
these 2 men that were mentioned? If you had any recollection of their appearance.
I was not given a single detail on them personally. I was just told it was 2 men and her. When I arrived, I saw the sight, and I assume you saw it as well.
Correct, yes. I visited the scene myself. And a collection of others this morning. So to your knowledge, these 2 men were the 2 men that accompanied her to the Bray Rock Hotel.
As far as I know, that seems to be the sort.
Unfortunate. And I imagine the rest is... You moved on from the hotel and contacted the police immediately after?
Yeah, I made my way out swiftly as I could towards the nearest phone box to get the call out as soon as possible.
Exempting the firearm in hand. But you've been plenty helpful enough in coming here. So perhaps we can leave that exempt for now.
Now, Berlin be a dark place sometimes.
Certainly so. I'm certain a weapon would have helped Lulu that night. And I'll do what I can to track down this individual that did it. But that concludes at least a second report, and I appreciate your further detail in answering my questions in the story and what holes were left out. I can't say for certain that I am entirely confident in the information that I have on that scene, but you definitely filled a few holes there. Are there any concerns or questions for you, Gore, that I can ask?
Well, I'm kind of drawing a blank right here.
You've had a stressful morning. I imagine that's what your third party here is for.
Oh yeah, he might have a question or two if you're willing to hear him out.
Not a
Are you?
problem. Depends on the questions, but I will do what I can.
You mentioned, when you were just speaking, my friend here, you mentioned that you wish to cut the individual.
I had thought my work to be done for a bit. I was about to go on my provided vacation for the conclusion of this case, as it was a rather bloody one. Papers didn't even cover half of it, but seems to have been pulled back into it, as a lot of similarities are showing here. I have no doubt some fan copycat is at play here. The work is very similar, eerily so, to that of Grobs. I imagine that's why I've been put on the case again.
And you believe that it's just an individual.
That is something I can't answer now. But an alarming amount of cases have occurred across the city. It won't be long until the papers talk about it. No secret we can keep from the papers. But as of right now, there's been 3 murders that occurred last night. That we know of.
And were they in locations that would be easy to do all of it? Were they nearby?
2 were in the area of Frederickstein. The third, however, was in the western portions of Kreuzberg. Quite a distance, if I'm being honest. Which makes me wonder if this is not the work of multiple individuals. Quite keen questions. Or question, or I should say. Do you have an history in any sort of law enforcement, Mr. Wright?
No, I'm a private investigator from London. I was sent to investigate some strange peculiars.
An investigator from the Allies. Oh wait, not the Allies. That wasn't a thing yet.
Yeah. No, it was the Allies. The Allies
Oh,
were
it's-
for both of them.
Okay.
In the Great War, it was the Allies and
The
the
Axis.
Central Powers.
Oh, the Central
Axis
Powers.
was the
The second war, yeah, okay. My bad.
It was just the Central Powers for the First War.
Happy to have initially you think he's gonna have a negative response, but he doesn't seem to see it that way. You humble yourself quite a bit, Mr. Wright. A majority of us start in personal investigations. I only took organized investigations after they promised a frequent pay. It was more of a choice of survival. As I get the feeling that the marks are going to take a turn here pretty soon. So anything with government-funded money is likely a more reliable source of income. Not that they pay me more than a pittance here, but it's not what I took the job for anyway.
But my pay mostly comes from London, so I guess I don't really have to worry about the dollar over here.
No, you don't. But I imagine anyone here would take a pound over a mark.
So Kreuzberg, how far is that from where we are?
It's in the central part of the city. It's the district directly below Mitte. Across the river, you essentially enter into Kreuzberg.
And I'm not sure if you can divulge this information, but where was the one in Kreuzberg?
Can you go ahead and make a credit rating roll for me?
Oh, that is a extreme success.
You get the feeling as though, although you're not law enforcement here in Berlin, Krieg seems to be, seems to have taken from your appearance to the way you talk, as a read that to a degree there is some truth to your testament, at least when it comes to investigations and otherwise. You get the feeling that he seems to be almost treating you in the way of being a fellow practitioner of the profession rather than just a suspect or someone that he's like some civilian. Murder in Kreisberg. We found the body scattered in the river. It was caught in a fisher's line. Picked apart. Portion of the brain had been cracked open and taken. If you'd like to see pictures, it's currently in the morgue, but...
No, that sounds quite horrible. I don't want to see.
Well, you seem quite interested beyond that of myself in the case of Grobsman. Apparently now, and those who take a less law enforcement route of their interest. Perhaps there's things that you'd find interesting in the evidence locker. It's quite empty right now, so... And you're a man, though not law enforcement here, but experience in it, so I imagine you'll practice a degree of subtlety. Keep an eye on Gore to make sure he keeps his hands in his pockets. No shame. Seems to kind of... We can continue our chat down there. He seems to kind of pick himself up. If you accept the offer. Of course you can deny him and talk in here.
I get he's taking me to the evidence? Oh,
Evidence locker.
Locker, okay.
Am I
Which-
staying here then? Or
No, you said you can come.
oh, okay.
He just said don't fucking nick anything.
Well, you never know what happens.
As
A gun pointed to the back of Gore's head. Like, come on.
as Inspector Krieg seems to lead you all to the second floor, down a few hallways, and you can see not many people seem to take any notice to you as you're being escorted by Krieg, and you can see as you pass by a few metal doors, one of which is partially open, which you immediately identify as interrogation rooms. A single metal table and a few benches.
Does it look like the metal table from the first thing, the prologue from the future?
You don't know yet.
Ooh.
But nonetheless, he seems to take you down the hallway on the right side of the building, in the second floor, in which you find yourselves entering in through a locked, fenced portion of the wall, entering in through a fenced door, him closing it behind you, and you find yourself entering into a storage area that is filled with shelving units of like cardboard boxes filled with files, and as you glance around, tapes and otherwise, all manner of scattered evidence of different crimes that you can identify. The sheer immensity of it all is kind of takes you aback, and as Krieg seems to notice you kind of looking around at it, don't see portions like this, I imagine, in other parts of the world. Berlin's a different city. A lot of sin happens here, but would I surprise you if I said this is only the first evidence locker? We have 4 in total, all about this size. And everything else goes to the storage grate.
It seems I've dropped myself into a city with a lot of
Depth.
depth.
Just try not to drown. As he seems to be searching, it seems to give you, as he seems to be walking around the evidence room, you guys kind of tailing behind. Do you have another question you wanted to shoot at him, Mr. Wright?
Oh, fuck. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. Let me Good. This isn't something that is general knowledge, Krieg says as he's kind of sifting through portions of the evidence locker, looking through the alphabetized portions of it, as he seems to be looking for something as he talks. It's not exactly entirely well known, but I have my suspicions that even though he died with the truth of it all, that Grobsman, in his work, took about 400 people minimum with him.
Did you say 400?
100.
Oh, okay.
I don't mean to
Say,
startle
holy
you. He
shit,
wasn't that
still
bad
a
as far
lot.
as I know. A majority of which, chiefly women and children. Those he didn't kill, he molested. But it seems he covered his tracks well enough that we could only ascertain for certain 3. But I have no doubt he did far more than that. And even after he was serving his last portions of his sentence for his most recent molestation charges, we'll leave it at that. He uttered something that's always been disturbing to me. Like any good investigator, I was there to see him off. A little final farewell at finally catching the bastard. But when they hauled him off into the cells, I couldn't. It almost seemed like he was happy about it. When they hauled him past me, as he seems to reach up, gripping at the sides of some cardboard box, he muttered, "Now I have every single turn." The man's dead now, so what's it matter? Took a turn
Did
into.
you confirm that?
I'll show you the confirmation after I show him what took you up here for. Seems he took a turn into a noose, but as he seems to set the cardboard box on the ground, kind of takes the lid off, brushing apart some files, and as he moves them, you can see that there are images of. It seems to be a collection of key evidence, inquiries, and otherwise. You notice that written on the side of the case, besides a date, is like a connotation to the Grobsman case. So you imagine this is a casing for evidence pertaining to that. As he kind of moves the files around, you get glimpses of gory photos and otherwise of scenes, investigations. Not clear enough to actually harm you anyway, but you can definitely tell the connotations of them. Nonetheless, as he seems to kind of like move some things around, you see he pulls out from the base of it a what almost seems to be a very thickly bound leather book, thick with paint pages and a single leather wrapping around it. You can see that there are portions of stitchings in the leather along the face of the book, along with a signature at the top of it, which in crude German writing simply says Grubsman. In a slight misspelling of the name, it almost seems, or a betrayal of the ink. But beyond that, you can see a single leather wrapping kind of hangs around it. And as he kind of blows the dust off the tome, he kind of takes it off the leather loop and opens the pages. And as he kind of flips through it, you can see that there seems to be the contents are a combination of quotidian and like poorly spelled entries, portions of like sausage and like beef entries, as though he had like tried to like copy things of like a recipe book. to rules of almost some sort of like board game, and all of this Krieg seems to be explaining to a degree as he talks. But most notably, Krieg seems to come to a stop onto a page which is a collection of oddly scrawled names, mixed in with incomprehensible symbols of what look to be like coded writing, if you will, that seem to populate a great deal of the page, as though the formatting of this entire book is strange and alien. Krieg seems to point out to all the names, nearly 100 in all. Names of his victims, if you ask me. I think he had each figured out in advance. He rarely killed the first time he saw a woman. He learned about her, learned her name, wrote it down, and then went after her. He then moves his hand and points to some names that have an X mark next to them. I think these are the ones that got away somehow. And you notice now
Do I
that
see Lulu?
you do see the name Lulu upon closer inspection, but you see that there is no X next to it. There is only a single X that remains on the piece of paper, and it says Sosnovsky. I will say you pass that instantly, just in general with your spot hidden roll or check.
Woo.
He seems to close the book.
She has an X next to her name?
She has an X next to her name. I will have you make another spot hidden roll for me though, for something else.
Fuck. Note taking. Everything. Fuck.
It's all going everywhere.
Roll. What'd I roll?
What?
Uh,
77.
I'm gonna spend 7 points of luck.
To get an average success.
Yep.
You notice now that the oh shit. I should have said this is a hard test.
I will now spend.
Okay.
Can I push it? I don't know if that's available in this scenario.
You cannot push spot hidden rolls, I don't think. Especially because you don't know what you're looking for. This was just something I threw at you.
Oh, okay.
So,
Alright.
if it was something like you
Something
were like
my
studying
eye,
something, you know, like that would be different. Because you would consciously be like, you know, but this is just
Slap
something.
his hand so he doesn't turn the page.
As you're looking
No,
at the
I feel
contents
there's
of
something here.
the book, you see Krieg kind of turns it back to him, and real freaky this one was. Must have been some form of journal, but a majority of this is either coded or just gibberish. I can't read a lick of it. But those are my suspicions with the book, at least before he kicked it. Now it's just a book, but brought in way in here, but something interesting about Grobson. Who thought killers had journals? Something new every day.
I'm surprised to see that Lulu didn't have an X next.
You see the connotation of it seems to kind of like strike at the original analogy that he had of it. Maybe the X's don't mean they got away. I could have swore that there was 4 X's last time I looked in this.
I fucking knew it. Ugh.
Strange.
You mind if I look at that a bit closer?
Can you make another To take it from him, it will require either a fast talk or a persuade roll.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna use persuade. Can I intimidate him? Punch him? Fuck
Uh,
you. Give it
I
to
got.
me.
I don't know if Seth is here, but this would be a roll he could help on.
Yeah, I'm here. I was just checking the percentage on my things. I should be good enough to not be lying on my bed for.
Okay. If you want, I don't know how much you've heard, but this might be an excellent opportunity for you to utilize your skill.
You're looking for me to fast talk the guy to let us borrow the book for a minute to take a gander. Is that what we're?
I want to look
on
at the
same
book a
page?
bit better. Is the thing. I
So
don't know what is a help. Does that
You
mean-
either can help him, if you have, you can either help him, if you can provide a way to help, which lets him, you roll a tens die, which can replace his tens die, or you can try to do something, yourself, and he leads the roll, I guess. That's up to
Please
you.
do that. Be like, yeah, we need to see it.
Because unless I'm knocking his teeth out, I'm not good.
Yeah. Well, what's his name? Krieg. We're just wondering if we take a gander. You know, I guess we caught this whole X thing. Maybe maybe fresh set of eyes on this here book might give us a bit more credibility on what we're looking for.
Go ahead and make a fast talk check for me.
Alrighty then, Krieg. I'll give you the best fast talk roll I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
This
Yes,
might
what?
actually be. Let me double check. Oh, I'm sorry to hold up, but because I had to compare this to Krieg's fast talk, and if he's good at it, it makes it
Can I
harder
just
for
say
you.
that my roll was a critical success?
Oh, wait, what? You rolled like a 1?
Well, no, it wasn't critical. It was the extreme.
Extreme?
Success also. Yeah, extreme, not critical. It was extreme. My bad.
Okay.
Because I rolled a 12
Okay,
when I needed
I know for a fact Krieg is pretty good at fast talk, but so that would have been a
better than my
hard.
70.
So you succeed, I assume, with an extreme. So nice. Krieg, any sort of like doubts he had, because you imagine he was kind of weighing the options of this evidence. No point in keeping a dead man's journal anyway. He's not the main wordy here anymore. Keep it, as he kind of tosses it over to Wright.
Yeah, let's go.
I imagine this place is going to be home to a lot more evidence here pretty soon, so I'll start making space now. And you wanted to see some confirmation. I completely understand that. He was a bad man. Feel free to come with me for a moment again. As he kind of leads you down and out of the evidence area, locking it behind him. So you now have Grobsman's journal. Just so you know.
Who wants to carry it? Me or
I mean, you
you?
can carry it. He gave it to you.
What a catch.
What a catch, what a play.
Okay. As you find yourself being taken to the lower floor of the station, you find yourself entering into this almost cold concrete basement area, where you can see a single man kind of working away at some papers, as Freak kind of like, Mike, if I could see the keys quick. Oh, Krieg, sir. Yeah, as he kind of tosses the keys over, and Krieg takes it, unlocking a set of metal doors and entering into what it quickly becomes obvious as a cold morgue area, or cold storage morgue. As he seems to take you, kind of reading across the name tags of the kind of morgue drawers. I forget what they call them. but you know what I'm talking about. Those like metal like things that they
Yeah.
pull the bodies out on.
I like the
Uh,
morgue drawer. That's a that's
the
a nice
morgue
name.
drawer.
Morgue drawer.
Soon enough, as though he already knew well enough where he was, Creed kind of takes you to one of the drawers that is labeled Grobsman, pulling open the door with a loud like rolling sound, and as it does, it reveals the carcass of a man in his mid-50s, who looks about 10 years older than he is, spindly and rangy, with large gnarled hands and a body with lots of mileage on it, wrinkles and scratches, scars and otherwise. Yet even in death, his eyes seem to remain hateful and pig-like, open and looking up to the ceiling of the room, revealing the beady, oily eyes beneath. It seems the decay hasn't seemed to occurred in any degree, but Krieg kind of looking over the carcass. And there he is. He seems to kind of look over the body as though nothing seems amiss about it, but you can definitely tell that there are portions of where the skin has paled slightly, but you can definitely see portions of bruising and like scarring from where the bedsheet had strangled him when he had hung himself. But it is, especially to the recognition of someone who works so closely to this individual, seems to be the body of Grobsman, the cannibal murderer of Bernlin.
Ain't really a look at that one.
Certainly not. I guess that's why he captured and killed women. Mainly prostitutes. I imagine some deep-seated lack of confidence. I don't know. I didn't get the chance to ask him. He was quite clammed up when I talked to him. But I'm happy the bastard's sitting cold here. He's got no family to tie to, and with no body to know where to send the body, we're probably going to have to cremate it here. So, consider yourselves lucky. You got to see him.
Ooh.
Sleep well, Grubsby. As he kind of claps the guy on the cheek and kind of slides the locker back in. He kind of does like the resounding, like, you know,
Yeah.
kind of hits him a little harder than you need to, but you get the feeling Creek has zero respect for Grubsman.
That's fair.
He was an incel.
Oh my gosh.
I figured it out. I cracked the case.
It's all solved. We can all go home.
Well, I think that concludes my little tour for you. Let's consider it my little bit of repayment for taking the time to come up to the station so quickly. And if there's no other questions from you, right?
Well, about that.
I got about 40.
Yeah, I got
400 more. So we'll work with that.
I am, stepping on a really, really thin limb here, but I imagine you've already been to Grobsman's apartment.
Right. Yeah.
What did you confiscate?
His bed. The man was pretty lackluster in his materials. Some kitchen supplies, a cutting board, some rum, sleeping pills, and a portion of a garbage bag that was holding a few bloody sheets. It's one of the main evidence pieces. But it was pretty lackluster in what was held in it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, DM. It was the back left of the room where I found.
Like if you
the
enter
blood?
from the door, it was the back
Yeah.
right. So
Back
to your-
right. Okay.
and
Do you remember what was in the back right of the room coming in from the door?
it was the bed at the time. It had clean sheets on it. The time we went there, we didn't find the sheets until after his arrest and going into the apartment. I imagine he planned to dispose of them. He seemed to be
Did
a
you
man.
notice
who lived
Sorry,
in
continue.
relative squalor. That's all I was going to say. He was a man of few material things, it seemed.
Did you notice the dry blood that was in the back right there?
It wasn't dry. Oh, wait, you're not talking about the sheets. Apologies. I'm assuming you're speaking about somewhere around the bed. 'Cause
Around
that
the
much
bed, yeah.
was assumed. It seems Grobsman took steps to try to clean up his scene. To my knowledge, he often invited some of the women to his apartment. Though I don't believe this is where he conducted a majority of his work and killings. I don't imagine that there hadn't been times that it occurred. Hell, we found the sheets. So,
And do you know where a majority of these are? Where he worked?
sadly, he remained relatively tight-lipped about it. We suspected one of these prostitutes had some insight that had survived, but the city's a big place, and we had no leads of where these women were picked up until we found them this morning, I imagine.
And was there anything to suggest that Grobsman had an accomplice of some sort?
Nothing, no. We interrogated a majority of the people in his flat. Though I have my suspicions that the woman that shared his floor with him kept quiet on some things more than she lets on, nothing to lean to the idea of an accomplice. This journal makes no mention. There's no signs of assisted struggle beyond two individuals within his chambers we saw, and he was caught alone at his the last scene he was caught at. So that wasn't even in a murder case. That was when we caught him with a child. Insinuating, I'm sure you already know, but
Yeah. Alright then, I'm sorry for being so nosy.
not a problem. Honestly, I dove so deeply into this case. Call it a hobby. You're giving me an excuse to talk about it, and one investigator to another. I'm certain you get your fair share of shit in Berlin, so. Or not Berlin, Britain. My bad.
And anything you would like to ask, or I know you were involved person scene with Lulu.
I just kind of just want to forget about that just entirely. Completely honest.
It didn't take much of a look, honestly. I considered myself pretty, well, skilled at reading people. I already could tell Gore here wasn't the kind of guy to do that sort of thing. He didn't have the eyes for it. He looked about on the verge of throwing up at the time, so. And I read his file. He's had a few run-ins with the police here, but mostly minor incidents.
Well, what the hell, Gore? You never told me about that. I thought I was working with an upstanding man.
You don't have anything further to worry about with me. But do be careful here in Berlin at this time until we get this solved out. And if you come across anything, new information, do not hesitate to come and talk to me again. I'm around all hours. So
I might take you up on that offer, depending on if I find anything that could be just. I see the blossoming of a nice working relationship.
perhaps. Well, as he seems to kind of like lead you guys up and out of the morgue and back into the main lobby before kind of like stopping you both, shaking Gore's hand and reaching out a palm to you, right? Till the next time we're working with one another, then.
Toodaloo.
As you all make your way down the staircase and out towards your car, you can see Giovanni is oh, you're smoking. Giovanni, you've been waiting out here for about 2 hours.
Reading the newspaper.
And as to a degree, yes. As you're reading the newspaper, as you gave a kid a few marks, it seems the paper has caught wind of the murders, detailing that there have occurred 3 murders within the city. They go into far less detail, but they seem to. It is not a headline, strangely so. It's almost like a side note in the newspaper. The biggest thing in the newspaper is like things of politicians and otherwise moving in their agendas. The murders is like one of those little like small paragraphs that like talk about it,
Mm-hmm.
It's not a headline. It's almost as though the reporter was almost dismissive with it. But nonetheless, you can see I might actually have a sorry, seeing if I have a okay, I actually do. So I will
You getting a handout?
Oh shit. This is slightly incorrect as the narrative changed a little bit, but
Ooh.
yeah. I will put this in the handouts page.
Oh.
Stocks Berlin.
And also one body was pulled from the Spree River.
Oh, okay.
And then is it where you blacked out? Is that supposed to say Lulu then?
Yeah,
Russ?
I did change it a bit. But yeah. That seems to have been the news article.
Is there a bear in Berlin? Has to be a bear.
But yeah.
There's nothing but a bear.
As you're kind of like reading away at this newspaper, you can hear the chink of your door handle as you look to your side, and you can see Wright getting into the car along with Gore stepping into the back seat.
I'll fold it up, tuck it in one of my mechanic jacket pockets. Did you guys? I don't know if you saw it, but there's been a 3rd murder apparently.
Yeah, we got an information from Krieg over in Kreuzberg.
In the river. Did you find anything useful, you think?
I think we got something mighty useful as I pull out the journal. This is apparently Grubsman's journal.
Oh,
Guess he let us have it. Thanks to Gore over there.
Just doing my duty.
but we got like what? Like an hour until the cabaret opens, right?
You have 2.
2?
Yeah, 2.
Well, I don't know if you want to tell me this now, or we could talk about it over dinner after we go to the cabaret. I got that all set up.
Oh.
Whenever we're done with the cabaret, we should try our best to be done by around 6:30 or so.
We got a date somewhere.
Not really a date, but I don't want to keep them waiting, so I I think 6:30 after we go to the cabaret, we should get in my cart and quickly go.
All right then, you're paying.
Yes. But we have around 2 hours until the cabaret starts. Did you need to do anything?
Not anything pressing. I was planning on seeing if I can go over this a little bit.
Oh yeah. Do you want to do that here, or should we go
I'm
somewhere
like,
else?
If you guys got somewhere to drive around, I could do it. Yeah. Like in the passenger seat, you know. You got things to do. I don't really need any, proper desk for it.
Well, yeah. I do have some things I want to pick up, so you can instead of walk and talk, we drive and talk, huh?
Yeah.
So are you skimming the journal?
I'm
that
gonna
what you-
first go. I'm gonna go to the page with the X's, or the not
Okay.
only one X now, and I want to see if next to Lulu, does it look like there was an X like imprinted into it? Like if you write something and then erase it, you can still see like where the paper is depressed.
Using your roll from earlier, you fail to discern anything more.
But
But I.
what about the roll for now? I got it right in my eyes. I can go like that.
Okay, fine. I'll let you. This will be your technically push roll. Okay,
I'm pushing.
but not to the same extent.
All right. That's a failure.
Nothing seems to have changed with the book. As Giovanni gets the car rolling, and he seems to be beginning to run his errands. So what's everyone doing?
Well, now I'll skim the book.
I
I didn't
thought we were
find
just kinda
anything on
running
that.
along.
I want to go to some hardware stores and pick up some
Pick up some what?
like metal rods. Out of
Okay.
like small ones, kind of. Out of like steel. I'd need like 6.
Okay. I'll say I don't think you've spent any of your like daily allowance, so I think
Nah,
that's okay.
I got like short, small, like maybe the biggest one's like 6 inches, that kind of stuff.
I will have. I will have. Giovanni make a navigate check for as he goes on those errands. And I will have.
That's tough.
I will have. Right, making a cult check for me as he reads
And
the
a
book.
cult?
A new
What
and
the heck?
fancy
5%?
check.
Dang.
That or you can make a. Let's see here.
Cthulhu Mythos.
What languages do you know? You know, German
English
and
German.
English and German. I will that, or you can make a hard German check.
I'll do a hard German because that's much better.
Okay.
Does each skill give me the same information or?
I can't say.
Okay. Fuck. I'll go with the hard German. I hope I don't roll a nat or it's not a nat 1, or is it a nat 1? I don't know what they call them in this. That's a complete opposite.
96 to 100. That's a critical.
I've gotten a critical failure.
Okay.
Unless I can spend can I spend luck to not?
No, I don't think you can spend luck to fix a real big fuck up.
Okay. I fucking shit.
Do you want
The thing
to
down.
push the roll to? I think that's
Fuck
the only
yeah.
way. Okay. How are you pushing the roll and reading this book?
God, I am pulling out my lighter and putting it close.
In
Like,
broad
really-
daylight.
I'm really looking, my shadows on there. I'm really looking at it, trying to find all the info.
Uh-huh.
I might scorch the page. That's the problem. Don't want to burn anything, but I need that light to see better.
I will say that even in the portions where like it's getting, how about we do it where when it's getting, where Giovanni can actually speed up, and you can definitely tell he's. Did you fail your navigate roll, by the way?
Oh yeah. So,
Giovanni.
I need to. We're gonna need to rebuild Giovanni.
Giovanni.
I need to take some stats out of some places and put it in that.
Giovanni. Giovanni, can I have you make a drive check as well?
Yeah, I can do that one for sure.
Put your hand in front of your webcam, Thomas. It's like out of focus. Yeah, get it back in focus.
Okay, there. Did you fail that too?
Critical fail.
I mean, I have a 70 drive. Would that be a critical fail? It's a 96.
That's so critical. Wait, you got a 96?
And I have a 70 drive.
Yeah, that's a critical failure.
No.
Okay, so I will
Holy
say
fuck.
that for your push roll, you will be trying to read even while Giovanni, who's taking some strange turns, you see he's kind of driving and you're not even paying attention, but Gore, you definitely get the feel that you passed the same spot a few times, and every time Giovanni's drived through the area a little faster, and you get now that he's kind of like taking a little bit of harder turns to try to like make up for lost time as he's trying to like drive, stop, go to the next spot, grab his things, and then keep driving for his next stop. Giovanni's kind of pushing definitely at portions he had to push his skills to the limits. And as the hours pass, can I have you make your push roll, right, if you haven't already.
Yeah, I will. Let's roll good. It's not good. Did not.
Well, do you want to use luck on this roll?
Well, I need a hard, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't have enough luck. I don't. Well, I do technically have enough luck. Do I want to spend 40 luck?
That's tough.
In reading Grobsman's journal, it's entirely up to you.
If I fail on this, can I not do
Even-
it anymore?
For 24 hours, you won't be able to try again.
Well, then I'm good. I'll try
'Cause-
again
but-
another day. Fresh.
But I will say it seems. I imagine Alex already has his suspicions, but things are happening with time. So.
Damn it. Yeah, but I don't know that. I don't know that the Cthulhu's killing everyone and that there's a magic journal that erased the X's. So no, I will not.
Okay.
I will be a good role player.
Okay.
Bro, bro.
Oh,
I
As-
don't think I've actually passed a single check in this game once.
oh no.
Do you have any of your skill boxes checked?
Are you the reason I'm saying you maybe should use your luck is because the book's gonna get damaged if you don't, or perhaps you'll lose it because it's a push
Alright,
roll. So
I'll
I can.
use 40 luck points.
The reason I was pushing so hard is because I know everyone's new to the system, but when you do a push roll, I can fuck you for it if you fuck it up. So
It fucking falls out and then it
yeah, and then you're
run over.
go.
Oh shit! Fine. I spent 40 luck points. I have 1 luck now.
Oh wait, it's like really hard to get your luck. No, actually, it's
No,
not hard to
that-
get your luck.
it's
back.
it's
You just-
easier when you're low.
It's over.
It's easier
Yeah.
when you're low. So
Yeah,
You'll get
but
it back.
if there's ever a luck thing and he's like, I need to find out who the fuck, I'm the guy now.
Yeah.
you
Let's go.
as the pages are like rippling, the pages are rippling. The page that seems to be filled with these like incomprehensible like glyphs you can't turn seems to nearly like peel out and rip out into the street to be lost forever in the crowd.
Oh god.
But thankfully, you kind of like pin it down with your hand to keep all the pages still as you seem to decipher more onto the page, especially so with the names. The mixture of what you can understand to be German. You're mainly trying to decipher. It would take you weeks to fully decipher this book if all of this actually means something. Everything is so cryptic or alien, in a strange mixture of like odd symbols and imagery. But mostly you keep your focus on the page with the names as you directed. And as you read on it, you can see in a very illegible portion near the name of Saznovsky. That you can read that it merely says left the nut house.
The Nut House?
Yeah. Which
Immature.
It's called the Nut House. I mean, come on. We got a murderer here, and he's writing that the Nut House.
okay, well, we'll say instead it said fucking, so you don't have to do all the
No,
like.
No, I like that.
I'm putting Nut House. I don't care. I'm a child, all right.
Alex, what do you think the nut house is?
Left the Nut House?
What do you think the nut house is?
What do I think?
Yeah.
I mean,
See,
I would.
No, I think that's a good point. I think he probably would have put something more detailed in his journal, and he would have said Daldorf Asylum.
Oh yeah.
That's the Nut House. We'll give
Yeah,
you-
as you are kind of like coming across this name and are about to reveal it to your compatriots, you hear Giovanni kind of cutting through an intersection. As he does so, it seemed entirely clear, Giovanni, lacking of people, a perfect straight cut. And as you cut through the intersection, you see a similarly recklessly driving individual coming directly parallel to you, or not parallel, but intersection to you. In a way, he's going to T-bone your car.
Oh
Can I
my
have-
gosh.
Can I have you make a hard drive test to try
Yes,
Succeed.
you may.
You need to succeed.
A hard one, you say?
a hard?
Uh,
As you now have to like swerve your car to try to like dodge it.
I'm good. I passed.
Uh,
Just barely. I got a third. Hard would be like, it's the second one, right?
it's
so
the
it's
second
like-
one, yeah.
Yeah, I got you then.
What level of success did you get?
That one was just the normal one. Yeah.
As
I could spend like some points to get a better one.
As,
So I got
as you hear the other driver kind of like honk his horn, as you kind of like crank the gears and kind of bring the car into this like spin, you see Wright barely manages to hold on to the journal. Gore in the background's kind of like bumping on his ass as you
I
just
don't
kind
think
of bring
seatbelt existed.
bring your car into like a fishtail around the like hood of the other car, just barely coming into a turn stop on the other side of it. As you find yourself kind of sliding to the side of the curb, as the other car just like, oh, what was your drive? It's just kind of
Not so.
Boy, what the fuck are you doing?
I think I'm about to be sick.
Oh,
Can I have you roll a luck check, by the way, Giovanni?
Yeah. Hopefully this man's not Italian.
He's just like, yo, bitch, what the fuck you
Bad.
say to me?
I'll never pass a check. in
I
this
mean, you
game.
succeeded a check that would have probably, that could have killed one of you. So,
Thank God.
I failed that luck check.
okay. As everyone's kind of like lashing into you, Giovanni, you see footsteps kind of come across the hood of the car. As you can see the imposing figure of a middle-aged police officer with his small yellow padded notebook as he slaps a ticket on the front of your window before, as he says some like line in German before kind of like storming off, as it seems he gave you a ticket.
Freaking. Well, I rolled down my window. I don't even like.
No, it's just
I
on
don't
the
know if I
front of
rolled
your
it.
car. Yeah, your windshield.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll just like reach over and take it.
As it is a fine for 15,000 marks
Yeah.
for improper vehicle like management and driving.
Dude,
Oh.
do we have license plates in this time? We could just rip it up. Who's gonna know?
I'm sure they got license plates. Well, maybe they. I'm not really sure actually.
Look it up.
I'm sure they did.
I know they all had the same key. Like the same models had the same key. So
That's
like,
wild.
That's not very safe.
because they were like, if you can afford a car, why would you steal a car?
You wouldn't download a car.
Car, would you?
Well, they did have license plates in some states.
Yeah, basically it says, you know, either pay the fine at the police courthouse or arrive at the courthouse for the court date of about a month and a half from now.
You got a month.
I'll put in the glove. Wait, no, I'll put it. I'll just put it on like the dashboard. Sorry about that. That guy was driving crazy. But I think I got the things I need now.
That was fucking wild.
I know he was. I thought I was going good, but this crazy guy just driving too fast. But I suppose I'll have to pay that. But
Well, I'm glad I got you as a driver then.
the best driver in town.
Stomach's killing me.
Are you okay back there, Gore?
No, I'm not doing too well.
Where
I'm
were
gonna-
we going?
Take out my gold pocket watch and check the time.
It is about 4:42 right now.
It's 4:42. I think we can go to the cabaret now.
All right.
Times.
Did you get everything you were looking for?
I think so. I don't know if I did, but Giovanni's just gonna be like, "Yeah, I did."
What were all the things you wanted? I know you
I
said
just-
some steel or metal
I
pipes.
wanted some like metal like rods, pipes,
Okay,
and then that was it. I just wanted those.
you got
I want
those.
like 5 of them. Yeah.
It was
and
just maneuvering around the city for some reason was just kind of hard to do. So
Crazy out there.
It's crazy drivers. You're
Crazy
not wrong.
drivers said that.
Crazy driver, crazy
But-
driver.
Like we can be on our way,
That sounds good.
and then hopefully we
Good
can
enough for me.
finish up our business there quick.
so where are we going?
The cabaret,
To the cabaret.
right?
Kakarot.
The cabaret.
Kakurot.
Okay. So as you guys all kind of, it takes about another, essentially arriving to about 5:30 until you reach the Red Mill Cabaret. When you arrive, you can see that the portion of the city of Frederickstein is starting to reach the evening portion of the day. The sun seems to be setting rather early today, so the evening orange and reddish light is starting to cast over the city. And with it, the nightlife is beginning to begin.
You're good. Who's there?
Yet nonetheless, you find yourself arriving at, hopefully this page I will find. Roughly about 2 short blocks south of Grubsman's apartment, you find the entrance, or the thin black door to the Red Mill Cabaret. You can see already there's a few individuals kind of like sitting outside of it. Men and women kind of making their way in and out of the establishment. As though it seems to be in the waking hours of the evening life. People of more respectable jobs than otherwise are heading home and to sleep, and those wishing to participate in these escapades are beginning to wake up or change and enter into a more formal attire to go to these events. As of right now, it seems to be in the slow wake-up period of the establishment, like the opening hours of it. So the clientele seem to be pretty minimal right now. The otherwise like black, thin door to the entryway and the two-set staircase that you know of Gore that goes up and down to the going down to the Red Cabaret. Sits closed right now. It's outside, strewn about by pieces of rubbish and otherwise. The smell of vomit and urine kind of populating this outside exterior of it.
Right. So we're just gonna ask around then. See if anyone knows about Gorobsman did it.
That could be a way to go about things.
I'm not much good at talking myself.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to see what we can pull together for this. Geo, you got some secret tricks you've been wiling beyond crazy driving?
Probably not. No, I can drive. I can repair stuff. I can climb stuff. I fancy myself as someone who can blend in a bit, I suppose. But when I'm blended in, I don't know if I could do much. Except just
Well,
listen, I suppose.
blending
I-
ain't too terrible. Sometimes you need some background assistance, if you know what I mean.
And I'm forklift certified.
Oh, is there a forklift here?
I assume not.
Well, thank.
You can see sorry to interrupt you, but you can see that there is a sweat-beaten cyclist kind of making his way down the street of Friedrichshain. And you can see the young boy is calling out, "Grand news! Grand news, everyone! The Grand Duchess Anastasia is alive and well in Berlin!" As he seems to be flaunting a newspaper, as he seems to be pedaling the bike down the pathway.
Who's alive? Did you catch that?
Well, you weren't saying it to him?
What? I mean, I thought he was just driving by, and I was kind of like, what?
He's approaching you, he's way behind you. But he's seems to be he's selling newspapers. The word of mouth and story of everything is newspapers here.
I'll roll down the window.
Yep.
What?
As he kind of comes to a slide, the young boy, about 14 years old, kind of looks over. The Grand Duchess and many other things can be found in the Berlin Times. Read all about it, sir. I'm sorry. 1,500 marks.
Yeah. I'll take one. That sounds great. I'll give him $5. He's such a good little lad.
I don't have change for this, sir. As he kind of looks at the $5 bill.
No change needed. It's what all right.
Kind of looks around as he pockets the money, and
Hell
he
outta
rings
here,
like a
kid.
bell on his bike and continues his spiel. And I will put in the chat, as enough time has passed for.
Enough time.
We're terrible at our jobs.
We're
7
the
people have
small-
already been murdered in the in the one day and a half that we've been here.
Kind of going on fucking.
Savnosky murdered. That's the headline.
Yeah, that's the new fucking.
Shit. Well,
As you look through the Berlin Times, kind of reading the paper, it's the same political rubbish of all the other papers, but most notably you're drawn to the big title in bolded text of the Grand Duchess Anastasia, alive and well within Berlin. easily the largest headline in the paper.
I swear we heard Anastasia.
I swear we
That's
heard
the-
something like this.
That's like the actual Grand Duchess. I think we did in game, but
The prince said it.
the prince said it. Yeah,
The prince?
it's who we're supposed to find. I'm pretty
Is
sure.
it? I thought we were trying to find Sevnovsky, also known as Franziska Shavkovska. I don't know.
Well, I don't know, but like, look at
tried
the
my fucking
look
best.
at. Well, look at the asylum name. It seems like it's close to the thingy you were supposed to look for, right?
Oh, the Daladorf
The
Asylum.
Daldorf Asylum.
That was mentioned, I'm pretty sure.
When was that mentioned? I don't remember.
It was in the
Nah,
book.
man.
It was quite literally
no,
the.
It was-
in the book. Oh, what do you, are you saying it's mentioned in the paper? I didn't read it all.
Yeah, it is. It's mentioned in the paper there.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
That's right.
That's why I was.
I thought you said like the prince said it. And I'm like,
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
remember
no.
that at all.
But the paper has an asylum.
Yeah,
We're also looking for a Russian person.
And all Russian people know each
All
other
Russian people are the
automatically.
same.
It's a web. They're all connected.
Ooh. My big
God,
brain is thinking. Not Giovanni's big brain, but
Yeah, it's so hard because like I obviously know this is a Call of Cthulhu campaign and there's some like wacky shit, but like I can't act on that, right? Because like we don't know wacky. We just know there's murders.
a mental assignment.
You can act on the rationalized version of it, I guess.
Yeah. But
But-
like the only thing we know is Gore was like, there was a spooky guy, and it's like, all right, whatever.
I just said those things. Giovanni didn't say those things.
No.
That's like I'm thinking.
Like most campaigns that start getting very.
But nonetheless, you sit outside the Red Cabaret. Giovanni, you kind of sitting there as you pass the newspaper and the dollars back in between. Right as he seems to be taking in the article, you kind of like leaning over to try to get the same recollection. Gore, you kind of keep a cautious eye to the individuals on the street beside you. That the Red Cabaret is here, though in its opening hours and pretty slow. You imagine it's pretty empty right now, beyond those who run it.
Get smoked.
The decision of where you'd like to progress your time in the investigation on the 22nd is up to you.
I don't think I wouldn't succeed on. I could succeed on listen checks, so I can like go in there and listen and see if they're talking about Grobsman. But my guy does not know how to speak and have people listen unless he beats the shit out of them. Apparently.
Yeah, unless you kick the shit out of everyone until they give you what you want. I mean, 30 charm, 70. I don't know how to pull this into a fast talk though. My brain's kind of shutting down for the evening apparently, because everything's starting to slow down.
It does say where in the article this woman is. So
Yeah.
Oh shit! I don't think I read.
said,
that
but
far.
it was just like some barren guy. He said, "No, don't mess with her though."
Glenmore
what?
The
Canal,
apartment
over the
of-
years, she cleans her-
He said, "Public
Savings
respect for
flat.
privacy at this town, or at this time." And it's,
Solving the plot.
it's not, yeah, it's really hard to read.
F.
I don't read this whatever font
Camera-
this is.
Camera
Fancy
strike
ass
11.
You have no doubt that if you're reading this, anyone else with interest in this is also going to read it.
That sounded ominous, but like I don't know the implication.
Well, like, cause like I imagine the prince would be like, "Ooh, that's interesting news," you know.
Yeah.
But like, the prince wouldn't leave. Why would the prince leave? He's got a fucking Gucci ass room all to himself. And like, I don't think Krieg would go there, cause like Krieg doesn't know anything about. Well, I guess he does know about Sevnovsky. At least her name.
Vaguely, I don't think he knows
Yeah.
anything like concrete.
But like that we do
Maybe
is like we
is
gotta
this-
find this person.
I mean, we can go there.
Yeah.
We-
Wait, is Anastasia in the book, the magic book of murder victims?
Is she in the books?
Saznovsky is that name.
But not Anastasia.
Not
Not
Anastasia
Anastasia.
Romanoff or
Are they the same?
Anna Tchaikovsky.
Are they different?
Anna Tchaikovsky and Romanoff are the same, I think, because it says that she's
Grand Duchess Anastasia. You can make a no roll if you'd like to try that.
I would.
Yeah.
I don't remember any.
I'm confusing myself.
Fuck. I did not succeed.
I know.
Grand Duchess Anastasia was assumed to also have been gunned down with the rest of her family, like with the rest of the Russian royal family.
Oh yeah, with all the fucking czars. Oh yeah, the fucking Romanov family all got
Yeah.
gunned down in history.
I don't know
Shit.
history, so.
No,
I fucking
Eh,
forgot that.
I would say, Giovanni, you're not familiar, but you don't think it would be, with the many stresses of being someone of such notoriety, but you have no doubt that there is probably reasons, if not many benefits, to having many names, especially when your entire family got murked.
Blasted.
Yeah.
And yeah. And so yeah, okay.
Well,
You
that's the-
obviously
if-
you have nothing confirmed. This could be an entirely
Yeah.
different girl. But
If that's Saznovsky, there we go. We finished the case.
I suppose we just go ask we can go ask the asylum. Do you remember the Savnowski person? And they'll be like, what? They're gonna say, who is that? Or yeah, we know who that person
Well,
is.
should we go to the asylum or should we go to the apartment where she is?
I mean, I'm pretty sure they just kick us
Three
the fuck
men
out
just
if we go
showing up to the apartment like, hey.
Hey, we're here to talk to the Grand Duchess
Hey.
about some important business.
I mean, I imagine there's also going to be other people there that are interested. Maybe we can climb.
Yeah, but-
Mr. Climb skill. Maybe there's a forklift we can activate to unlock a shortcut.
Yeah.
Noah here's the use of
Kidnap.
forklift and gets excited.
No, I'm just-
We could
Oh,
kidnap her and bring her to the prince and be like, "We found someone."
We found some Russian
And he's
royalty,
like, who
take
the
it or
fuck
leave it."
is this bitch? No,
Before we decide, we have to roleplay
Oh,
first.
for 40 minutes minimum.
All right. Well, that
I'm
is
so
well. There's there's a lot of stuff coming in all at one
There's
time.
so much information.
I'm not sure if I really care about this place anymore. There's much more pressing issues, maybe.
Why'd we need to go to the cabaret again?
Apparently, Grubsman used to like pick people up around here. It was like a scouting grounds. I figured, maybe we could ask around and see, but I don't know. It seems less important right now.
Ooh, this place isn't going anywhere.
The next day, cabaret bombed.
Oh my god! But this news is interesting.
Why'd you give him so much money for the paper? I don't know why I said it like that.
Oh,
Why'd you give
Russia.
him so much money for the paper?
I don't know. He seemed like he was working
Slipping
hard,
impossible.
and I have the money.
God, you rich people. Always giving away money for free. What do you think you are?
Rich.
You're goddamn right.
He got us there. But, But I'm kind of confused, So, we're supposed to be fighting this Savnowski,
Hmm.
and where did the book say that they might be?
The newspaper or the book?
The book, the journal.
They said the Daldorf Asylum. Daldorf is one of them Dow things.
Hmm.
It's in the paper, Daldorf.
I don't know.
And if so, it makes me wonder because in a city like this, there's sometimes people have more than one name. It does them well. And I'm wondering if this person we're looking for Noah Schultz is very confused right here. I said my full name. So who does the prince want us to find again?
This Sosnovsky.
He wants you to find the lost princess, who he believes was not murdered, who survived the thing, the bang
Yeah.
bang bang bang, but didn't was suspected to have been murdered by Grobsman, and now he had his doubts about that because she was never actually found. So he hired you to see the truth into that and to find if she wasn't dead, you find her. So that's what you're getting paid for.
Okay.
God,
And
like half the royal family at this point is coming out and being like, "Yeah, we didn't get gunned down, guys. Don't worry." Like,
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
well, I mean, I think that guy's not part of like the royal family, or is he? Yeah, I
Well,
guess he's a
Romanov.
prince.
Prince, yeah.
Oh my
Lord
god,
of
maybe he is.
I thought he was part of something. I was thinking about like this Grand Duchess Anastasia Romanov.
But so, do you think we should check? Do you think we should check the asylum, or this Baron's place out, or should we
I
should
mean,
we
if
just tell
she's-
the prince about this newspaper?
If
I mean,
she's
I feel
at the Baron's place, I mean, if she's who we're looking for, we've solved the case in like less than 24 hours.
I think that deserves us a nice fat bonus.
Yeah, we didn't get paid much then, because we're getting paid by the day. If we did it in one day, maybe we should extend it. Actually,
Maybe we should take like a month long.
Hold her hostage
trip.
for weeks.
Like, yeah, don't worry, sir. We're on the case. We're still digging in them ditches looking for her corpse. And then we're just like, fuck up. We're keeping you here for another 2 weeks. We need the money. Some of
Do you
us
want to
can't
go?
just throw fucking 5,000 marks at a kid and be like, haha, here you go, kid.
Do you want me to drive us there now?
Wait, we going to the asylum or the Baron's place?
I personally would like to go to the Baron's place.
No, that they gave us the address on the newspaper, which seems kind of a little invasive, but we know where they live.
No,
I don't know.
navigate check
I don't
needed.
know if I know where that is, but you can ask somebody.
Don't worry, you'll probably succeed on your navigate check, correct?
Hmm. So you want to go there now?
I'm not the only one in this call. What do you guys think?
We're in a call. What's a call?
Horror.
Oh.
I
I
may
say
have to-
going to the Baron's place won't be a terrible idea. I just don't see how we're gonna be able to get in and get our questions answered. But I guess we could figure ourselves on the way.
I may have to make another call then, in case we're gonna be late. So-
what are you up to there, Gio?
But for our dinner,
Oh,
Is it really just a dinner?
and it's just dinner. But you know, I'm not the one. Like I set it up, but
is this some dinner where desserts us sleeping with the fishes?
I have no clue what that means. No, it's just a normal dinner. I just need to make a call.
I'm like looking at right, like, what the hell is he up to?
I'll just make a call then.
Make you
Hmm.
make your call then, I guess. I'm starting to lose myself a bit.
Is there a telephone anywhere?
Telephone box.
There's like you kind of have to drive a bit, but eventually you find a phone and you make your call before making your way back into the. It takes a few minutes. It seems Giovanni takes his time with the call before kind of like as though he's explaining everything and then returns
What-
back
can
to the
I
car.
can I like say something to Wright while he's like calling or something like that?
It's all in Italian. You can't understand a word of it.
She calling his like girlfriend or something? You think? Like, what's this? whole
Honestly,
thing
that's
about?
what I'm thinking. He's being very weird about it.
Yeah, he's being a little strange about the whole scenario. Why is he trying to get us to meet his girlfriend or something? It's like we only known the kid for like a day.
Why does he need a call beforehand and then also call to say that we might be late?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why, are we getting introduced to the girl? Like, what's going on here?
I don't know.
But he's starting to be a little more aggressive. You think this may be his mother, actually? That could be a good question.
What would we go to? I feel like
You
that's
hear a
pretty
slam as the phone hits the
Oh,
phone box and comes running over. You Giovanni.
All right, let's go.
What, may I ask, was the hell was that about?
I was setting up dinner plans. Like I said, let's go.
You can see
Well, I don't believe
it
you.
seems Giovanni has worked up a sweat just from the call.
Please,
pun
we must hurry.
You're being real fucking weird, kid. You need to start answering some questions here.
Okay.
I have to drive.
What the hell is going on?
Giovanni.
Alright, cross our fingers as a forklift here at the apartment.
Oh my, this is turning into a real...
Giovanni
forklift
hits
skills
the
fucking
gas
insane.
on the way to the Baron's apartment, and it doesn't take very long. You guys arrive. It's only a few blocks west of the Eden Hotel, which allows Giovanni, who's relatively familiar with the area, to avoid any sort of navigate check. And arriving at the fenced-in front of this very lavish-looking structure, which seems to house a multitude of residents of higher wealth classes. Each floor, you have no doubt being its own suite. Yet most notably, you can see the third floor is entirely illuminated in the framed, like almost band-like wide windows that wrap around the entirety of the lavish building. Is luminescent with light. You can see shadows of people standing and talking in front of the windows of the fog glass, but you can't exactly, discern much more detail than that. You can see dozens of parked cars are parked on the street outside of the fenced-in area. The well-hedged or well-maintained hedges of vegetation otherwise that kind of frames the walkway into the front doors of the fancy estate is well-maintained and currently in traffic with visitors and outgoers walking in and out. Two-thirds of the party, this is way out of their wealth class, but
I'm like looking at my kind of like shabby attire, like... Oh, disgruntled.
So we is the plan to we're gonna walk up, and if that doesn't work, we're going to.
no, I'm kidding.
No, I did not say that. No.
Alright.
Say no more.
I heard fire rate. I'm going in.
I mean, okay. Let's see. Let's read the little newspaper again. It says 11. Is 11 like the street, or what is 11 referred to in the
Maybe
the
like
apartment
the
number? Is that
suite?
the yeah, is that the suite?
building?
Because if it is, that's very good information.
Seems a little too detailed. Also, kind of.
I don't know why it's detailed at all. It seems kind of weird to.
She's kind of weird to.
Paparazzi.
Why? But that's.
Yeah,
That
the
doesn't
Baron
make
who
sense.
resides in the spacious third floor apartment off. Yeah, it's a street. Okay.
Third floor. It's third floor. We learned that.
It was on the paper.
How many-
So,
I was
Yeah,
say,
we learned it.
how many third floor buildings are down this street?
and now looking at the building, you can see the luminescent window that is the brightest and seems the most bustling with event is the third floor. Sweet.
All right. We're probably not the fifth.
Well, are we just gonna walk on in there? Cause I don't want to say anything, but Gio looks like he just got cleaned up from a grease stain, and I'm not the kind of freshest person myself, so.
Wait. So I'll go out and do it.
I mean, I have a dress shirt in the trunk.
Does that come with work stains?
It's a dress shirt.
Well,
Gio has just been sitting in the car all day, so he's,
yeah.
if anything, just sweaty a little bit.
Yeah. You got them sweat stains.
And I can take off my hat. But. So,
You're Italian. You got that greased up hair, though.
yes. Well,
That's more of like
so when we get in there, should we? Do you think we should mention the prince? Maybe that could get us in.
Maybe not the prince, but we could probably mention family, like blood relatives or something like.
But,
Wait, is
but
the
if we
prince
say
here?
family and they ask who, then what?
They
Oh, right,
want
and
to
that-
remain
that's when
anonymous.
the shotgun comes in.
Alrighty.
Whoa, yo, whoa.
Are you pulling your shotgun out in public?
No, no, Mr. Keeper, no.
So
it
are
was only for a joke.
But I mean, if they're truly family, don't you think that she'd be interested?
Apparently, this girl just came off of amnesia, so I'm not sure how altogether there she is.
Yeah, she doesn't seem right of.
Well, I guess we haven't met her, so we don't know how right of her mind she is, but
Do you
just
Yeah.
just a guess on this regard.
do you think the Baron would want to know?
They wouldn't know who she could potentially be.
Well, do you think the Baron would want if we told the Baron that family's looking, right? And
Well,
I'm sure he'd be interested in trying to get them connected, eh?
No.
personally, I feel like the prince would have already done this legwork unless he doesn't already know about this, which would seem strange to me.
The papers just came out.
Yeah, he seems like the type to be on the up and up.
But if he was, he wouldn't have hired us, so maybe he looks at the papers just like we do.
The instant they come out,
I mean, I imagine that if he has gotten word, he would at least send someone, or send someone to us, inform us. I don't. It doesn't seem right that he would let this big breakthrough go without any further action.
I don't
Well-
know. This
well-
whole thing's a bit above my knowledge pool, so I'm kind of out of my depth in this regard.
Well, I'm gonna change my shirt and take off my hat and jacket, and maybe we can go in.
All right.
I'm
Gio-
gonna keep my jacket on, but that's not for any nefarious reasons. I just like my jacket.
Giovanni, quick as though something is kind of putting a fire behind his behind, is quick to kind of change, wipe himself off, and before even 5 minutes have passed, he's back beside the car. Just so I know, are you bringing weapons into the party?
I'm not.
How many, and what?
I am bringing. Well, I'll bring my briefcase, which has a weapon in it. It has a 45 revolver. I always bring my briefcase everywhere. I'm always holding it.
Okay. What about you, Mr. Gore?
Well, let me check my stealth score real fast.
0.
Nah, I got actually a 35 because I thought I'd need to use it to hide shit. I shall bring my 45 revolver as well.
Okay, so just the 45. You're leaving the shotty and
We'll leave the shotgun against my better wishes.
okay, because the shotgun would have been very hard to hide because it's
Blow
a
up somebody's
It's a
it's a
fucking-
full length gun. Well, even
Flag
still,
up the-
like
I don't know what you mean. I'm
it
perfectly
clinks.
hidden.
uh, I won't require a check for where are you hiding the 45?
I mean, mine's gonna be just in like my like the back of my waist pants.
So
or
you're
whatever.
you're wearing your coat still, but you're tucking it behind your your belt.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
behind my belt. So the coat basically covers it.
Mm. Yeah. Okay. So everyone's milling out and entering into the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
there any forklifts around?
There is a huge forklift just beside the third floor building. I will say
33%.
directly to the left of this estate, there seems to be a construction yard currently underway. There's no forklift, but there is a large crane that is currently holding up a large steel beam.
That counts, right? for your.
Yeah, it does. But
Heavy machinery.
Dude,
Uh,
if we need to, we can just you can like lower the steel beam, and then me and Gore sit on the steel beam and carry us up to the window.
Oh my gosh.
And then I whip out the shotgun.
Yeah, and then that's
okay. You all kind of make your way entering into this this lavish structure. And as you enter the first floor, you can see it's bustling. No receptionist, but you can see that there are janitors working with the tables, also dressed in fine garb and otherwise. The marble flooring and the chandelier hanging from the ceiling and the many rugs that kind of give it this decorum around the benches and seats give it this very lavish feel to it all. You see at the very end of the hallway, in the center, in a red wooden frame, is a elevator that you can see. Ding! People mill out, mill in, go up, down, mill out. You all wait your turn and enter into the elevator. I'm assuming going to the 3rd floor. With a ding and no Omega puzzles, with this elevator, you make your way up to the 3rd floor, wasting no time, and it opens up into this extremely lavish apartment. It is. And it is very obviously become a hub of Russian activity. As you enter into the room, you can see it is this lavish cocktail party within the entry hall. People sitting on the couches, around the benches, the fireplace, speaking to one another in grand attire. And you see a mixture of white Russian exiles, monarchists, perhaps even distant Romanov relatives. All in interest to you imagine this article. This chattering assemblage is a collection of unrecognizable faces to you all, and servants, and you can hear the sound of loudly playing piano, as in the corner of the room, just beside the windows. There's currently a female pianist working away on a white piano, playing what you can only imagine. Does anyone have any skill in arts and craft?
no.
No.
We're
No.
not. We are not cultured.
Then I will have all of you just throw a roll, baby. Hit that 5%.
Whoa.
Oh Jesus.
I'm gonna do it. I got this. I didn't get it.
Nope.
Oh! Wait, no, that's the wrong one. I thought it was the other way.
Yeah.
Big.
An absolute
What'd
crit
you get?
failure, baby. I got a straight 100.
You're not even listening. Radio silence. Did you get a different roll or something, Alex?
No, I failed.
Oh, okay.
I thought I was like.
He saw
saw
the
the
he saw all
zeros.
the zeros and he was like, wait a minute.
Okay.
I thought
You're
something
not
happened.
even. It is music you've never heard before, but it's nice. But honestly, you're not really one to appreciate piano. You prefer other types of music. You feel, at least not this type of music.
Dubstep.
As you all kind of like tumble into the room, you can see a few of the patrons, or not patrons, but visitors seem to give you glances at some of the attire of some of you, as the wealth class difference for some of you is pretty obvious to some of these individuals. Not everyone here is lavish or obviously rich, you know. What's up?
I just like to point out that I may not be like obviously rich looking, but I'm still hot as fuck.
Nah, I know.
So
I'd
like to think I'm like covering the difference.
Yeah, okay. Nonetheless, you can see many people seem to be milling about and just talking to one another. All of it's in Russian. I don't think anyone here speaks Russian.
I barely speak German.
As you're all kind of fumbling through this area, you can see a familiar face and the familiar sound of clinking metal. As you can see, exiting from a conversation with a few individuals, you can see turning to you is the prince.
Yo. right. He
who
would
seems
be.
to kind of shoot a gesture of surprise and eagerness at your arrival. Holding a cocktail in hand, you can see as he kind of takes a step towards you all. Passing servant from him carrying a platter of 3 cocktails. He kind of just reaches under the platter and lifts it up with him, before kind of like handing the platter over to Giovanni and. Well. I was certainly not expecting to see you all here this evening. I see you're
Well.
well enough on the case already.
Yeah, we pick up a thing or two, saw the papers, decided we'd try to see if we can make some headway in this lead.
I'm certain it's no surprise why this has attracted my attention here.
Of course.
Giovanni, don't be shy. Feel free to hand out the drinks.
Here you go. Give it to
He's
the
telling you to
gamers.
go be a waiter for everyone.
He reaches out a hand to take the platter from you. Are you old enough
Can
to
I-
drink?
I am, but seems really nice. I don't know if I can be drinking this.
Oh, none of that. The Baron here has been very accommodating. Especially when he's having such what I hope to be important guests. So I imagine.
Yeah. I mean, speaking about that, no coincidence why we're here, why you're here. Is it any way related?
Do keep it a little hush hush. We don't know who's listening here. But he leans in and I was able to persuade the Baron to let me see and talk to her. Though sadly, though she has a striking similarity, she seems to have had a traumatic time. Sadly, I haven't been able to pry any words from her to have her confirm her identity even further for me, but perhaps you all could have a better stand of it. Sadly, I'm no psychologist, but
I am. I took this skill. I
It's not
didn't even
that
realize
skill
what
of
it did.
or use of psychoanalysis, but
No, no.
No!
but I would be happy to introduce you all to the Baron. The man's goals are very much obvious, but his interests align with mine. He would like to confirm the identity of, if this is of course the princess. Which, if I must say, I am leaning very heavily to the belief. I would ask how much you have learned, but I felt perhaps this isn't the best location to disclose what you have learned. Let's waste no time, though. The night draws long, and there is a princess that needs to open up. As the prince seems to kind of turn on his heels and lead you through the crowd. Before you find yourselves approaching a very shrewd-looking man. His balding head receding and holding on to what few gray hairs cling to his scalp. He's completely clean-shaven beyond that of a single, sharp mustache that hangs out that was equally gray as his hair. He has a monocle that has a slightly sunken into his socket to hint at the idea that he has worn it a great deal. He stands with a very regal and almost to compete with that of even the prince. But he seems to be very obviously much more uptight than that of the prince, and yet even so, he seems to be in some expressive parley with with another attendant. The entire shroud of superiority around him seems to almost melt at the prince's approach as I don't know Russian. He says essentially the same thing as wunderbar, but in Russian, very good. You imagine as he kind of approaches the prince and gives him a a bow, kind of pulling his hand out from behind him. And you can see that he's kind of holding in his left hand what seems to be a gold pocket watch, but it's currently closed. My prince, it is a honor to have you in my humble home here. As he seems to kind of look over at the men that surround him. It seems you have brought visitors. I do assure you the amenities here are pleasing, yes? He says in English, but it seems he kind of assumes wrong.
In English?
He says in English, but it's very rough English.
Yo, he's only got like a 20
Yes,
voice.
very good.
Yes, good.
Perhaps I would stick to Russian, or not Russian, German. I understand you had a rather rough meeting with the young princess, but you have your confidence in it. Is that correct, Prince? The closest thing I would say that we have, yes. Her appearance is striking, stunning even to that of the painted image that I have seen of the young princess. It has been some time, so... But to me, it seems she seems to be like a porcelain model of the same. It's a shame she's so shut up about the matters that have plagued her recent past. But what are my manners? Baron, these are some associates of mine. Sir Wright,
I don't have my hat
Sir
on.
Giovanni, and Sir Gore.
Yo, we're sirs now.
Do
These...
you have to give bows? Giovanni's gonna bow.
Okay. He gives you
Cap.
the Baron gives you a sort of curt like wave up. That such like things aren't necessary, especially in front of the prince. And I welcome you to my abode. Drinks are plenty here. Food is as well. Feel free to make yourself at home with the many guests. Though I cannot promise that unless you know Russian, you'll be able to socialize so greatly. And
Don't you worry, no, Baron. I'm
My time is-
charming in all languages.
though I am busy, my time is plentiful to friends of the prince. As he seems to wave off any guesses that he has of your like lineage or actual standing in society from just
my
having
God.
the prince here.
We look like hot shit, right?
I mean, I just look hot. Well,
Now, how may I help you fine gentlemen today?
Well, I believe it would at least be nice to see her for ourselves.
She is growing very tired from the many visitations today, and none of which have cracked any veil in her mute demeanor at the moment. But if it is to prove the validity of her claim and my claim, and being friends of the prince, I will make exceptions to allow our guests. Please, with me. The hour of her rest draws near, and it seems as though he was going to say something more, but seems to swallow the statement, most likely at risk of it sounding rude, as he seems to kind of walk you along. The prince kind of holding the cup. I have a few more individuals I'd like to speak to out here. But if you discover anything, or feel free to reconvene with me out here. The prince gives you a bit of a nod as he kind of rejoins a group of Russians. It seems to continue mingling about. As soon as the prince leaves, there isn't any flattery or conversation coming from the Baron. Yet even so, he seems to kind of walk you guys down into a hallway of the apartment before arriving at a large red mahogany door Bringing a you can see he kind of brings his wrinkled knuckle up to the door and Anna, I am coming in. He opens the door, revealing to you a bringing you into what seems to be an inner sanctum, a very well furnished bedroom suite. Looking around it, you can see everything here, for a majority of people in Berlin, could cost essentially the same as all their possessions. They are. It is extremely lavish. The large queen-size bed lies standing tall, matching in composition as the dresser and mirror, the rug and wooden flooring, and the many small tables that litter throughout it. And you can see that they're in one of the small tables near one of the bookshelves on the opposite side of the room from the bed. There's a table that seems to be cluttered with a collection of half-eaten plates, food on it kind of set aside, and you imagine that those were the meals today, and each of which seemed very lavish, but only half-eaten if partially. And as you all enter into the room, the door being left partially ajar by the Baroness, you all file in. You see curled up on the bed, kind of surrounded by the cushioned pillows and and half tucked in under the blanket as it kind of covers over her lower body, dressed in a dark nightgown, is a pretty Slavic woman, who you recognize from your vision.
Naruhodo.
Yet her pretty face seems to be marred by an obvious lack of sleep and a very obvious, persistent amount of anxiety. Her eyes constantly just, at times, glancing around the room, but most notably, they're locked on you, the new visitors, into the room as she kind of nervously scratches her palm. Not catatonic. She's definitely aware of your presence, but she seems extremely guarded. Anna prefers not to speak in her native tongue. Very lucky for you, I imagine. I don't imagine any of you speak Russian. You don't strike as the type to speak Russian. She says it brings back painful memories, so in that department we are safe. But the same chance I've given to all her visitors, the floor is yours. No one, much like the legendary sword of... The sword in the stone, I forget the name of it.
Caliber.
Excalibur. No one has yet to draw her voice from her throat, beyond a few of the maids here when they have fed her. Nothing of extreme usefulness, but please, I will stick to my silence. Your representatives here of the prince, and out of all my visitors, he is one of the most noteworthy. We are all hoping to prove that the Grand Duchess is with us, indeed. So, he gestures you to the bed.
Go take a seat wherever is comfortable.
Are you sitting on the bed? Like,
Is she on the bed?
she is. She's like
Yeah,
half
then-
tucked in under the covers,
Then
and
not
leaning
on the-
against like the bed frame. She's like surrounded by pillows right now. Her hair kind of like very messily tied into a ponytail, but even so, it still seems to have like a pretty gaunt to it.
Is there
I'll-
like some chairs we can pull up?
Yeah, there's a few chairs around the room. You could also just stand around the bed, but
feel like that'd be weird if we were standing tower. Honestly.
As you kind of grab a chair and march around the bed with, what's everyone else doing? Right's grabbing a chair. Is everyone sitting in a chair?
I'm kind of like leaning like towards the wall near like like across from like the foot of the bed.
Okay.
Kinda, like leaning back.
Giovanni?
I'll grab a chair and sit politely.
Also, just to check, there is a stopping point I'm moving forward towards. I don't plan to go past 10:30 if we're allowed to go later, but I could also end it like in 8 minutes, like 10 like we usually do. It's up to you guys.
I'm fine, personally.
Seth?
Yeah. No, I'm fine. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you work at 2 moving forward, so.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm just real tired, but it's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll try to keep things brief. It's just like I didn't want to stop in the mid of this like, hey, and like.
Hi, how you doing?
What's up?
Gone.
Sorry, Giovanni. Where were you in the room?
I'm gonna sit too.
Okay, so you're sitting. Pull up a chair like on the other side of the bed, or are you with Right?
Sure, I'll go the other side.
Okay, so Right. I'll say you're on the left side of the bed, to the right of Anna. And Right as you approach, and I'll also give Giovanni, kind of both of you roll a spot hidden check for me.
I would love to.
Those two?
I would.
Those two, yeah, because they're like right next to the bed. You're a little far away, so I
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure.
That is a hard success.
Okay,
No.
Giovanni. Keeping it consistent, Giovanni. I like
I
it.
was gonna say this is his punishment for fucking Way of the
Right.
Wicked. I swear.
Oh yeah.
Fucking like 5 nat 20s in one session.
Giovanni, you kind of get distracted while you're like adjusting your chair to get comfortable. Even though it's lavish, it's kind of uncomfortable for a chair. It's like one of those like cushioned seat, but like wooden back frame.
Ugh.
You know. So,
Hey, those are the chairs that we use for Way of the Wicked. What the heck?
Yeah, I'm on the couch.
I'm talking about the ones that have like the like knobs though, like to look pretty. That kind of like dig into your back, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I do know.
However, as you're sitting down, Right, and just from you glancing over her, you notice that she seems to possess extensive scars on her neck and hands. And along with that, I guess I'll have you also make a successful, or make an int roll, since you saw these.
Love inting.
Minton down
No.
mid, baby. No. Unless I can push it, I don't think that's a thing for int rolls.
I mean, you'd have to come up with a way to push it.
I
I threaten having a seizure.
My brain expands and baby damages my skull.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
probably
I can infer that that probably is from like, I don't know, like kidnapping.
This was a die to identify what the scars were from, but yeah, it's okay. You immediately don't like, at least I can't tell you anything from it. It wasn't a critical failure, was it?
No.
Okay, so you just see the scars and you leave it at that. But she seems to be pretty clammed up. You all take your seats around her, and she seems to just kind of bring the covers a little close to her. As her nails kind of just run along the back of her palm, as her eyes kind of like wander between you all as you're all on either sides of her.
Well, hello there. Name's Mr. Right here, personal.
I'm Giovanni. Good to see you safe.
Door.
I've been informed that words seem to be hard. Can you nod instead? Is that possible?
Okay. Can you make a charm test? Since you were just trying to be like nice. You're not really persuading.
No.
No, he can't make.
No response seems to come from Anna. She just kind of looks at you. It's hard to tell whether or not she even like. You get the feeling she's listening.
Yeah.
She definitely doesn't strike you as like not there. She just seems as though she's suffering from extreme anxiety. As though she doesn't know if you guys are like a threat to her or yeah. You definitely feel like you need some foothold to start to start some familiar step off with Anna.
We're friends of Lulu. You know her.
No response.
We've heard a bit about your situation. Kind of seems like we're running into things like that quite often.
There's terrible people in this world. But we're glad to see that you're here now safe.
Kind of meander up to sort of like closer to the foot of the bed. Say, Miss, probably been hearing platitudes all day, telling us so good to see you again. Everything's all right and dandy. We just had a simple question though. You ever heard of a Franziska Shemskovska? No, she said,
No.
Has not
Got a
seen-
really masculine voice.
Yeah, damn. I mean, it just hasn't been used in a while, so it's a little gravelly.
Yeah.
I have heard of that name, yes.
Can I have everyone make a spot hidden check?
You gosh dang right.
Yeah. Yeah, you
I
can.
feel like this is gonna be really bad.
Will
if
we
we
pass
fuck
that
up.
check though?
Hopefully.
What's my score at?
Oh, I got a 3, so an extreme.
Oh god, I was sitting on my character page and now all the dice are being thrown at once.
You got a 38.
I'm actually kind of close. No, I still failed, but I'm kind of getting there.
What it?
Damn it!
We get any success?
I got an
fucking
extreme.
hit a
success.
second 100 2 times in a fucking roll. What the fuck? How is
Yeah.
that even possible?
You suddenly get hit by
One
an
in a
immense amount
thousand.
of getting like lightheaded. You're like, oh. After your statement, you just immediately miss everything. But I'm assuming, did you succeed? Right?
I got a 3, so an extreme success.
You notice that there was definitely. You don't imagine it was like It didn't seem. You couldn't really tell if it was like how it rang in with Anna, but she definitely seemed to react very 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 slightly to the name, as almost as though it was like impulsively rather than like consciously.
Yeah. Using my psychology, can I determine the best way to try and open up to her or have her open up to us?
Make a psychology roll. Yo, Dino.
Crap, you can't see it. It says you rule.
Fuck.
That's what you give her. You can use that one luck point.
To not still succeed.
That's tough.
I just want to point out that I've achieved a 1 in 10,000 roll, by the way,
Nice.
by rolling 2 100s in a row.
Brilliant. So you failed.
Yeah, I failed.
Maybe reenacting what you did to the hobo might work pretty well here.
God.
No, I'm kidding.
I crack my knuckles and I'm
Rolls in and we're just
Get out of
beating
here.
the shit
Is
out
the
of this
Baron in
fucking.
here?
Out of his
Just
face.
like my wife back home, baby. No, I'm kidding.
Arr.
No, I'm
Jesus
kidding. I'm kidding.
Christ.
Oh.
I can't believe that's on recording for everyone to hear.
Yes, all 4 of our
Yeah.
recordings we're going to take us immensely seriously. uh, but you kind of take what you can to think about a way to have an in, and you can't seem to think of something immediately from what you know about psychology. You're drawing a blank. You're from the things you're thinking of,
Yep, sure.
electrotherapy maybe.
Yeah.
Everything you seem to think of seem to be like clinical trials rather than like anything therapeutic, if you will.
Yeah.
How this is gonna work though, is you guys can kind of choose how you're going to go about trying to talk to her, whether using some detail that you know from your investigations thus far, trying to find some symbol or something of the sorts of anything that you've learned from any of the NPCs, or maybe just trying to be nice or however else you want to handle it, and then that's one roll. You guys kind of have to choose which of those you want to go with. You don't imagine she can take the bombardment from
Spend all night just asking her.
all of your
question after question.
strategies in one.
For you.
So
Well,
you-
personally, I'd like to try the evidence because, like, we know about Grobsman. We know that she left the Daldorf asylum before everyone else did. You know, I could show her the notebook and see if she recognizes anything. What else do we have?
So you want to try to use Grobsman to like intimidate her into talking?
Not
Honestly,
not,
that
not
sounds
using
like a bad idea.
not using like Grobsman to intimidate her, but more like using what we've learned from Grobsman's stuff to see if she's willing to like. I mean, if anyone else has a better idea, I got. And so I'm a ugly
This
fuck
is
and I don't know how to talk.
Giovanni's time to shine. He's been taking an immense amount of notes and he knows everything.
Well, in terms of symbols, right? There's like the. If I remember correctly, I thought the bodies in the very first place were put in some kind of like way.
There was
That was-
spirals of their intestines in the first time, but the second one was just like it was like Christmas lights,
Mm.
like draped in the trees.
And I think us maybe I think mentioning like the mental asylum and how like what and then like how we know that that Grobsman was looking after this person there. Maybe in that way we'd ask about like not like her, like, oh you're this person, but like ask like Brzezowski, be like, hey, do you remember this person there? Because they might be in trouble, something like
Yeah,
that.
I want to see if I can, because Lulu is a good connection. And I feel like saying Lulu's in trouble. Obviously, Lulu's dead now, but she doesn't. But you know, I think there is a connection there that we could try, and if we can say like, you know, help us, so we can help Lulu. Also, she is 100% in danger, right? There is
Oh,
no
yeah.
way she's definitely still a target. I'm not gonna tell her that. That's fucked. By the way, you're still
Yeah.
gonna get murdered.
You're still
But,
being
like,
targeted.
We
for-
should probably say that to the prince. Be
special
like,
murder
yeah,
rituals.
the girl, watch out. She's still going to be
Mhm.
targeted.
Because like if we think about it, right, the name that she was in there at the asylum was Anna Tchaikovsky, right? So like
Yeah.
that's the name that they put in there, right? Not Savsnovsky, it's
Yeah.
like Tchaikovsky. It's a different thing. So like if but then when you mention that name, it sounds like they knew about them. So I think asking about that about the Savsnovsky, like, do you remember them there? Because they might be in trouble. We're trying to help them. I think that might be something that we could do. Because like
Also, part of me wants to tell or say the thing that Grobsman said, where he says like, "Now I have every single turn." I don't know if she'd know anything about that, but like, I have it in my
I'm
notes.
still
so
not
it-
sure what that means, but yeah.
Yeah,
United.
turn. What does turn mean?
Just
I don't
turn.
know.
Yeah.
What you take a right turn?
Yeah.
Yo, he's got every single turn, like an
He's-
Arctic turn. He's got all the birds.
Turn-based RPG gamer.
He's about action economy, everyone. But he's fucking
no.
dead.
I think asking
Someone
about
cast Revivify on him.
or trying to say like Lulu might be in danger. Do
If
you
you
know
think
any-
so, because when you first mentioned Lulu, you didn't have to roll or anything like that. She didn't talk. That's why I
Yeah.
don't know about the Lulu thing.
Yeah,
I know
no,
about the
Lulu
Lulu
seems
thing
weird.
because of a personal thing. That's why I know about it.
Oh,
Oh, well then, if you think that's the best one, then go ahead.
I think it's a option.
mm.
Well, if you think, yeah, just do
I-
that one then.
I guess yeah.
Sure, I'll do that one,
Okay.
and maybe
so
have someone else's roll go
how
for me.
how are you going to try to sell this?
I'm going to try to sell it as like, hey, Lulu might be in danger. We know that you guys or that you are connected with her in some way. Wondering if you could tell us.
So you're
So
trying
we
to
can help
appeal to
your
her
friend.
like empathy.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
that'll
part.
be persuade since you're using so many details, I feel like.
Who wants to helmet?
Aha!
assume we're all the
Persuade
same.
Persuade is literally my worst. Like,
Unless you'd like to
speaking
choose
skill.
a different route about it.
I mean, I could beat the shit out of her, and I have a pretty good chance, but I'm not going to. Do it.
Come on,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come
I don't
The
know if
Baron's
you
like,
use
"Oh
fast
my
talk.
God."
I don't know if we'll be. I don't know how to swing a fast talk. Theoretically, we could maybe. I could pull a charm out on this one.
I can climb.
I mean, I could pull the 1 in 100,000.
With
and
the
roll another
nature of
100.
how you're
I can
gonna
go
have
get
to
that
talk to Anna, fast talk isn't possible. Cause you're like, you're gonna need to like, you can't really. She's not giving you anything to like
To work
work
with.
with.
to
Yeah.
work with to like manipulate. It's too slow going. So it has to be either probably persuade, charm, psychoanalysis.
Fucking none of us.
If
pull
you
that
have
one
drugs,
out, right?
medicine.
Okay, just roll the other side. Roll min in this case, not max. Stop rolling max.
Roll min? Okay.
Yes, you roll
Okay,
min,
so
I wish.
who's rolling?
I'm gonna try to pull a charm out of my ass on this one, if that's all right.
Okay. Does anyone who's helping? Because you can help. Only one person can help on this though, I'd say.
Do we have to succeed on the help check?
How
How does help work?
let me double check the help rules, but booga booga.
Booga booga.
Oh god. Shit. Okay. For this, I'll figure out the original rules. I don't think you need to succeed in a roll on your own. For this, I don't think it's actually a help check, because help, if I remember correctly, is like normally utilized where something can be done with a bunch of people. So it'd be like if you needed to lift something heavy, but the DC, since it's an opposed stat, is against like its stat. So if something's heavy as hell, it has a stat of like 175, which is like impossible but for one person to do. So like if people help, they add their brawn and subtract it, so it becomes possible. That's how it normally is bonus and penalty dice, which is where you roll another tens die, and it replaces for better or worse. But if you have a way to make circumstances more appealing, I guess, to help him, I might be able to award a bonus die, if that makes more sense.
Let's see what I have. Pull a gun on her.
That's
I can give her some
extremely charming.
aspirin, maybe some aspirin. I have 12 pills of that. You know, relieve her headache.
You want to try to give her medicine?
That's a whole separate thing.
You could just smile, you know.
I'm ugly as fuck. All right, I'm not good at charm.
that is true.
Use that boyish charm, Giovanni.
Maybe she's a cradle robber.
I mean, I'm sure me and Alex's charm are the same.
I'm 30.
No, they're not the
Or,
same.
sorry, charm. Charm is minimum 15.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got
this would that would be more appearance if you were just trying to help by sitting there looking pretty.
Yeah, that's all you, Giovanni. How
Well-
old is this girl? She's probably closer to you than she is.
You
Actually,
wagered somewhere mid 20s.
Yeah. There you
I
go.
will just smile politely.
Sure, I'll give you.
Yeah.
I'll give
Or
you a
like,
bonus die.
yeah.
Okay, so charm
Oh, a
test.
D100
Giovanni?
and a D10.
Giovanni rolls the d10. So for
Alright.
this.
Okay.
Ooh, that's very good.
I mean,
That'll help you out at that much, but there you go.
I don't want to touch that 9.
Yeah.
The 9 just makes it a worse experience. Yeah, that's a success without Giovanni's help.
What level of success?
It is just a normal success.
Is it better with Giovanni's?
Not at all, because I mean, I could turn it into a 29. or a
Always take the better
96.
result. So what's the better
Yeah.
result with Giovanni's?
26.
Well, then 26.
The 9 doesn't do anything for me.
Oh, okay. So what? And that's a regular success for your charm?
Yes, that is a regular
Okay.
success.
As you try to have this telling, you're trying to say that Lulu's in trouble, is that correct? And that the information, if Anna can say anything, could help with Lulu's survival?
I think that was the thing. That's what I said.
And what details are you giving her? If I can ask.
I guess that's up to Gore.
Gore, what do you say? In like,
Fuck, I was letting Alex lead this.
Well, I'll lead it if I want. I mean, I'll whisper everything to you and you just say it.
Alright.
I mean, we can say that like we know you two are connected in some way, and you know, there obviously bad shit was happening, and we believe that we might be able to help Lulu. But first, you need to help us in some manner.
How do we know? How do we know that?
That's
I was-
Apparently,
that's
Alex says he
all
knows
me.
something.
It was
Okay.
before you guys entered the call. I learned.
Oh, okay.
Lulu was secretly
All right.
bastard child of the Romanov family.
okay. As Gore tries to be as charming as he can be, and it seems as though he tries to be as it seems his humble living has aided him in seeming cordial, to try to strike up some familiarity that he means no harm, and that he means to try to make his intentions clear to Anna. Yet Do you make any mention of Grobsman?
No.
Sorry. Okay. So, as you talk, she seems to listen intently. And once you finish speaking and allow a moment for silence, you can see Anna kind of like coils up into a ball. The cover's falling off of her legs and revealing as she just kind of like hugs her knees. I don't remember a lot. I don't remember this Lulu, but I remember being pulled from the river, and I don't remember why I jumped. I just remember being scared. It was so cold. Everything before that was so cold. She seems to just kind of like lock up. You get the feeling you weren't able to jostle her memory a great deal, but you did get her to speak. And as she seems to be nervously kind of like clutching her knees, her eyes watery with tears, as she seems to, although not remember what pains her, but seems to almost physically feel it. The sound of the brief discussion only slightly interrupted as you can hear the door kind of like, and the slight chinkling of like china, as you can see a maid kind of like enters into the room, who kind of looks over at the Baron and then back at you all, and
Oh wait, the
gives a
Baron's
curt-
in the room with us?
yeah, he's like standing by
Yeah.
the door.
Oh
Good
shit!
thing I
thought,
didn't beat the shit out of her.
I was gonna say.
God.
She kind of carries a platter of like china over, very gingerly, towards one of the tables. And as the flickering firelight of the lamp in the room kind of like moves, I'll say, can I have Gore make a spot hidden check for me?
Okay.
Win. Roll min.
And I would say at this light level, it's a hard check. So,
Well, I failed no matter what. So.
okay. You don't pay much attention to the maid entering, carrying what seems to be a set of tea. You go back to kind of listening as Anna seems to be trying to recall anything, but it seems as though she's coming to a blank, but it seems she's finally opened up a bit to talk, but seems on the very verge of locking up. And as you're all kind of patiently waiting for Anna to speak, you can hear the shattering of china, clattering on the ground, as you can hear the loud like as the glass pots and liquids that was contained within shatter on the ground. As you can see, all of you kind of like Anna immediately like quick to kind of like pull the covers over her knees, in fright, as you all kind of like look back over, kind of quick to kind of pull yourself a bit up from your seat. As you can see, in the far back of the room, a few feet away from the door and from the Baron, the maid has stopped. You can see as you can see, she seems to almost like hunch, and you can see the buds of her like spine sprouting, not piercing the fabric, but kind of like bumping through the fabric as you can see, snapping around and looking to the bed, eyes this sickening yellow, and beady like tiny beads in her eyes as she looks back to the the bed, as you can see, her eyes are just unnatural sockets, as though they're fit to bursting, as she sits in this like gaunt and twisted state and reaching down, fingering through the broken glasses. You can see blood get drawn from her palm as she picks up a butter knife.
I'm gonna make my way around and start
Uh,
squaring up.
Not
I would
not
like-
quite yet.
I'm still squared up. I'm bringing out my brass knuckles on my fingertips, and I'm ready to fuck.
Well, as you are still registering what the fuck is happening, oh God. You can hear Anna, who was the first to see this all. Those eyes, I've seen them before. As she seems to be kind of like curdling under the blanket, as the maid seems to kind of like clutch her bleeding hand around the butter knife, and in a voice not her own, the maid seems to growl out, "So if it isn't Miss Savsnovsky, we have unfinished business, whore." As she comes rushing towards the bed, and it is there. We will be ending the
my-
third session of Long Nights.
Whoa!
Robsman is Eldritch Beast.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna kill that guy.
That's wild.
I'm gonna punch. I'm so good at punching. And they only got a butter knife.
With